Madonna saying, I had restricted, uncomfortable breathing most of my life. Does how I breathe affect which loka I experience? Your breathing does not affect which loka you experience, but the way you breathe affects the cognitions you carry. So don't worry, just sit and do the unclutching practice, listen to the powerful cognition. This will directly deepen your breathing. And the best way is to do yoga and puja. Yoga is in a very organized way, your whole body moves and your breathing deepens. And through puja, the emotional currents in the subtle currents in you gets awakened, and that helps you deepen your breathing. Janet is asking, is that how many lokas you can you travel based on how high your conscious mutations can be? Yes. Based on your conscious mutation, you will have more and more ability to travel to a higher lokas. That's why actually, Ma, you're getting the conscious currency. It's like you have some, let's say you have a huge amount of money and you have everything in dollars. So now whichever countries accept the dollars, you can go into those countries, right? It's like that. The conscious currency is what Swamiji is empowering you with. All these cognitions are actually conscious currency. That's why Swamiji says do not miss out even on a single one. You all can take a few minutes and read this table. Swargaloka, where the denizens of heaven live. The inner space needed is absolute energy, eternal life. The time does not tire you. Next is Maharloka. Other sages and Marichi, they live over there, where you don't have any self-doubt, self-hatred, or self-denial. Then Janaloka, where your Pitrus live, where your ancestors live, and all the beings with extreme oneness live here. And this is the inner space you need is deep oneness. Well, if you can take a few minutes and write this down.
if we have all finished writing down the various lokas, let's now enter into the power manifestation session. Power manifestation is nothing but accessing your parallel universe dimension. See, the parallel universe you that exists, when you access that, when you realize that part of you, that is when power manifestation happens. As Swamiji says, power manifestation starts in Janaloka. So the more and more you empower your Janaloka existence, then the more and more power manifestation happens with you. So today we'll be starting with the power of consciousness over matter, where we're going to be moving a coconut on our palm. Let us start with the Shastra Pramana for this power of consciousness over matter, which is directly revealed by Paramashiva for all of us. The Shastra Pramana for the power of consciousness over matter is from the Vijnana Bhairava Tantra, Dharana 95, Sutra 120. क्वचिद् वस्तुनि विन्यस्य शनैर्दृष्टिं निवर्तयेत् तज्ज्ञानं चित्तसहितं देवी शून्यालयो भवेत्. Bhagavan Paramashivam says, having fixed one's eyes on a particular object, vastu, one should slowly withdraw the sight from the object, as well as slowly eliminate the knowledge of that object along with the thoughts and impressions of it. Then, O Devi, one abides in Shunya, the state where there is nothing other than this exists, which is the state of all-inclusiveness or infinity. Very, very intensely, the way Paramashiva is explaining this whole power manifestation, the science behind it. If you see space, the only thing in space that causes a separation is the idea of a boundary. Now, if you close your eyes, nothing around you exists, but you have the idea of a boundary, which is the thoughts. When we drop these thoughts, then that is when the space of oneness happens and power manifestation happens, that state of infinity. The beautiful Apta Pramana from the life of Abhirami Bhattar. On the day of Tai Amavasya, in the month of Tai, the Tamil month of Tai, the Amavasya day, the no moon day, when Abhirami Bhattar was doing the meditation in the temple, the king ruling the area had come for having darshan. Seeing that Abhirami Bhattar was not even aware that a king had come, he asked him what phase of the moon it was that day. Abhirami Bhattar, from that meditative state, told that it was a full moon day. Although it was a no moon day, because in that darshan of Abhirami, he could only see the bright light emitting from her. So the king gets angry and says, if the full moon does not rise today, you will be killed. When Abhirami Bhattar comes out of his samadhi state, he realizes what has happened and he goes and tells Abhirami, Devi, I told only what you told me to tell, so now you have to take care of it. So that evening, he sits on a pit made of fire. He sits on a plank tied with 100 ropes. And he starts singing a song with 100 verses. Every verse, he would cut one rope. Then at the 79th verse, Devi just appears, throws her earring in the sky and makes the full moon happen to fulfill the word of her devotee. So beautifully, the power of consciousness over matter demonstrated by Abhirami Bhattar, where he was able to create even the moon in the sky through the power of his devotion. Swamiji also very beautifully describes this incident from his life.
Raghupati Yogi will do all kinds of this weight lifting and everything. He's a amazing yogic body. He will show visibly the power of yogic body. He will tie the iron rope in his chest and break it, blast it just by breathing. And lift any size rock, just like that he will lift, or he will roll. There is one huge rock in Arunachala hill which has rolled, and at least some 200 feet it has rolled and stopped. Nobody knows how it happened. I know. It's Raghupada Yogi's work. One day we both were sitting and talking, and he was explaining on Yoga Sutra, when you feel one with nature, nature listens to you. I said, how can that be? He asked me to feel one with the rock. I just contemplated, meditated, and I was feeling one with that rock. Huge boulder. When I was in that ecstasy, he just moved my hand. Suddenly, without telling me, he moved my hand. I literally saw the whole boulder rolling. I did not touch, there is no physical contact with that rock, boulder. Just that feeling one with that rock, when he moved my hand and that boulder started rolling. I started shouting, oh, what happened, what happened, what happened, what is happening? Stop, stop, stop. Then he stopped my hand and the boulder stopped. I think from that time only I started shaking people. That was the
Now, let's also enter into manifesting this power of consciousness over matter. Can I request every one of you to get a coconut, some fruit, some type of, if you do not have a coconut, best is a coconut if you can get, or else you can get some apple, orange, I think avocado, some fruit or vegetable to do the power. So can I request all the participants for this power manifestation to get your coconut? Some fruit, some coconut. So I will be showing to you now how this power manifestation is going to happen. Okay. So all of us, we can keep our hand flat. Okay. Keep your palm flat. Keep your palm flat and place the coconut on top of it. So you can very clearly see. Keep your palm completely flat and place the coconut on top of it. Okay. Now, you have these three eyes of the coconut, right? Swamiji says, look into the three eyes of the coconut. So if you have a coconut, you can do it. Many coconuts will have the fiber on top. You don't have to remove the fiber. You can keep the fiber on it. Not a problem. Through the power of your third eye, you're going to make the coconut roll off your palm. So now as you all are doing it, I will also sit and do it with you. Okay, we're going to do it on our own palm for this first round. So can I request everybody to keep the coconut on your palm? Can keep it. Keep your palm completely straight. Don't cup and hold the coconut. Keep your palm completely straight. Okay. So now, as we're doing the power manifestation, chant the Mahavakya. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Intensely chant the Mahavakya. Now, as you're all doing it, I'm also going to be rolling it off my palm. Connect to Swamiji. Feel that intense feeling connection. You are accessing your parallel universe dimension at this moment right now. Remember that technique very clearly Paramashiva gives. As I was saying, on space, on the existence, we create a boundary called our thoughts. If not for thoughts, any object externally and internally will not have a difference. Because if you close your eyes, the whole world is gone. There is nothing if you close your eyes. But yet you have a sense of boundary. My body is this. When you feel the boundary of objects. That boundary you feel is your thoughts. At the quantum level, when we go, we see there is just atoms, and inside atoms there's space. Every atom is made out of 99.99% space. But yet, how do we feel it? It is the electromagnetic force, is what modern science says. It is that force that is there. As Swamiji says, what we see as electromagnetic force is actually fear in the inner world. That fear we have of losing our boundary, of being non-existent, is what creates this world. Now, when you sit as Swamiji. Paramashiva is you. You are Paramashiva. Your parallel universe existence in Maha Kailasa is Paramashiva. You are just bringing that existence into this plane and using it. So connect with Swamiji. Chant the Mahavakya intensely. Keep your palm completely straight and do the power manifestation. Chant the Mahavakya. Connecting to Paramashiva. First, you'll start feeling an intense vibration. The movement will start happening. See, this power of consciousness over matter, very clearly Swamiji says, it's very easy. So many people have manifested. Literally everybody manifests this power. So when you connect to Swamiji, it will manifest. Continue chanting the Mahavakya. See, just now the coconut rolled out of my hand. The same way, the coconut will just roll out of your hand. When you understand, see, if you actually go, there's no difference between the coconut and your hand. Even scientifically, if you look at it, the deeper you go, we have the string theory, which says everything in this universe is nothing but vibrating strings. At the fundamental level, the idea of individuality, of duality, does not exist. Whether you go even physically or spiritually or even logically, if you look through, the idea of a physical reality does not exist. It is our thoughts, it's our perception, it's something we have created. So every time we do power manifestation, you're doing nothing but taking a few minutes every day to drop that perception, nothing else. You're deciding, for these 21 minutes, I will not have thoughts. That's it. Okay, we have just a couple more minutes of manifestation. Connect to Swamiji intensely. Let him manifest. Understand, even now, it is he who is only manifesting through you. If not for your consciousness within you, you would just be a dead body, like another object. It is only because Paramashiva is reflecting in you at this moment that you are alive, functioning, and even able to cognize this higher science of power manifestation. Ma Amsakala is saying that her coconut roll, that's awesome, Ma. If there's anybody new, you also can share your experience of the power of consciousness over matter. You can have one coconut for you just to do consciousness over matter power every time. See, very clearly, it's like in the further rounds today we'll be doing, where we do it on another person's hand. You will very clearly see the amount of completion you have with that person will reflect in the way the power manifestation happens. Even for yourself, you can try doing it on your right hand, on your left hand, and see the difference in the manifestation that happens. The more and more completion comes in, the more and more the higher sciences become your cognition, the more and more the power manifestation will happen. For that is what we are understanding from Swamiji now. Now, in the next session, that Swamiji is going to be revealing the higher truths about the cosmos. The next session that we're going to be entering into is the session on the four tattvas, the integrity, authenticity, responsibility, and enriching. And as Swamiji says, these are not four tattvas. These are not four principles or ideas, concepts. They are four powers. And it is these that make you Paramashiva, make you Sadashiva. Let's now listen to this from Swamiji himself.
Listen intensely. State of Sadashiva means complete completion, unclutched space, integrity and authenticity. All that forms the state of Sadashiva. When I say space of Sadashiva, Ishwaratva, manifesting, responsibility and being a leader for other beings, to move to the sadashivatva, state means completion, unclutching, integrity, authenticity, all that. Space means being a leader, responsibility, enriching, causing, all this. Then comes manifesting powers of Sadashiva. Understand, when you decide to be leader and lead people towards Sadashivatva, Sadashiva empowers you with all his powers. Understand, when you exhaust your 2 hands, he gives you 1,000 hands. When you exhaust using your 2 eyes, he gives you 1,000 eyes. When you have put everything to use, then he gives more. All power manifestation is for the sake of serving Sadashiva. When you lead people to sadashivatva, you are empowered by Sadashiva with all the powers. The manifest and unmanifest components of Sadashiva is part of you. The manifest is Satyojatam, Tatpurusham, Ahoram, Vamadevam, Ishanam. If I put it in your user-friendly language, I should tell you, I am not translating, I am putting it in a user-friendly language, means roughly equating it. Tatpurusha, Ahora, Vamadeva, Satyojata, Ishana. These are the 5 manifest aspects of Sadashiva. If I have to put it in user-friendly language, I should say creation, maintenance, destruction, delusion, and liberation. Listen. You go through all the 5. When you are in the mode of creation, if you add integrity, you will manifest Sadashiva's creation. Listen. When you are in the mode of creation, add integrity to you, you will manifest Sadashiva. Let me repeat. When you are in the creation mode, add integrity to it. You may ask, what is creation mode? When you feel like doing something active. It can be your office work. It can be manifesting wealth. It can be doing something for name and fame, including career activities, or it can be physically creating something, art, painting, drawing, even sexual desires, activities, all these belong to creation. When you are in the creation mode, bring integrity to you, you will manifest Sadashiva. Your creativity plus integrity is Sadashiva's creation energy. Satyojata. Only from Satya, anything can be born. Jata means born. Satyojata means born out of integrity. Anything which is born out of integrity only will stand forever. So the creation phase of Sadashiva is Satyojata in all your creativity. Maintenance, sustenance. Bring authenticity to your sustenance. Listen. Anything which loses authenticity starts collapsing, and it needs to collapse. The earlier it collapses, good for the humanity. Understand? Anything which loses its authenticity, it is time for it to vacate the planet Earth, the existence. Anything which retains its authenticity continues to exist forever. Anything, if you want it to be alive, just retain its authenticity. Everything else will be taken care. When I was attacked, the only thing I decided, I will keep the authenticity of me and my Sangha. That's it. It cannot be destroyed. Authenticity. In all your sustenance, bring authenticity. In all your sustenance, bring authenticity. Whenever you are in a destructive mood, bring responsibility. Understand? If you feel responsible and destroy, it will always be the things needed to be destroyed. You will never destroy what should not be destroyed. You will always destroy what need to be destroyed immediately. With responsibility, destruction will be equivalent to rejuvenation, not just destruction. Irresponsibility leads to tantrum throwing, rioting destruction. It may look like Kalabhairava and Kali run riot on the cosmos, but they know precisely where to put the leg and where to put the hand, where to put the sword. It is too precise. The precision is not even one cell this side or that side. I will expand on the fundamental principle, first principle of becoming sadashiva. Understand the first principle of becoming sadashiva is not moral. Understand? Before revealing the principle, I want you to know it is not moral, social, right, wrong, right, wrong. I am giving you this as the first principle to have a superconscious breakthrough, becoming sadashiva. Understand? It is directly from the revelations of sadashiva. Vedas and Agamas are the revealed scriptures of Hinduism. They are not written scriptures. Please understand. Neither written nor compiled. Vyasa is only an organizer, not editor, compiler, writer. He is neither author nor compiler or editor. He is just an organizer of the Vedas and Agamas. So listen, the first principle is integrity. It needs to be understood. The first level of integrity only is the thought current you are cherishing with you and others, treating it as life. It's only a first level of integrity. Understand? Understand the words I am using. I am not saying the word you give it to others and the word you give it to yourself. I am giving you the grace. The word you give it to others and word you give it to yourself many times is a spontaneous lie. am even ready to forget about that. I am only saying the thought current you cherish. See, if I have to go to the detail of the word, sometimes people ask, what is time now? You may say 8:31. Who knows it is 8:31? Based on this clock we tell it's 8:31. So the word you give may be sometime right, wrong, false, true. So I am not even bothered about that. The thought current you cherish, I need to tell the time after verifying with all my abilities. So that is the thought current. Understand? My intention to tell the time is right. I am not interested in lying. I want to tell the right time to him. But whatever research I can do with my intelligence and with the available infrastructure, with that I will do it and tell. This is thought current. All of you understand the difference between thought current and the word. If I ask, is this camera recording? If you say yes, that is a word. The thought current behind that word is, so I saw there is a red light burning, which is usually, the red light means recording. That is why all the Indian married women wear that red light on the head. All incidents and conversations will be recorded for further quality training in the future. That's the meaning of the red dot on Indian married woman's forehead. All incidents and conversations are recorded for further training in future. I'll define authenticity. Listen carefully. Manifesting powerful cognitions is authenticity. I'll give you an example. You can manifest a cognition. Oh, in the 7 billion people, only these few hundred are able to make it to sadashivatva. If I physically made it, I am going to make it. You can manifest this powerful cognition. If I physically make it, I am going to make it. Or you can say, I am not even able to come to morning yoga 3 minutes late. I am not even able to come to this integrity. How will I manifest powers? You can manifest that cognition also. Manifesting powerless cognitions is inauthenticity. Manifesting constantly powerful cognitions is authenticity. You can say, if my third eye is open, if I am able to roll coconut, I can roll any matter. I can move any matter. Means my third eye is open. How did it get open? By connecting it to the universal third eye of sadashiva. If I am connected to universal third eye of sadashiva, then this whole universe, the whole matter is under me. From where you are, you can either go on making powerful chain, powerful links, and manifest powerful cognitions, or go on making weak links, weak chain and powerless cognitions. Human being is a possibility to travel in both directions. If you are going to go on manifesting powerless cognitions every day, you practice inauthenticity. If you go on manifesting powerful cognitions every day, you manifest authenticity. That's all. Authenticity redefined. Understand? Practice practicing authenticity means manifesting powerful cognitions. Matter is moving just by the power means I am connected to cosmic third eye. If I am connected to cosmic third eye, not just coconut, I can roll planets. Why only coconuts? I can roll planets. Because it is from the cosmic third eye, the whole universe is generated. Going on manifesting powerful cognitions and playing with it is what I call authenticity. Fundamentally, the purpose of the life, not just human life, is to manifest Pindanda to Brahmanda, macrocosm to microcosm, one cell amoeba to Mahasadashiva. See, whichever part you are in this long journey, you may be just having physical growth, or having physical and psychological growth, or physical and psychological and conscious growth, or whatever level you may be there in this whole journey, supporting other beings in this journey is enriching. Wherever you are in this long journey, helping others, enriching others is a spiritual practice. Causing others reality is a spiritual practice. Even in life, whether you want more energy in the body, health, more resources in your life, wealth, more beings to live together for your love, to share your love, give and receive, relationships. Fundamental principle is coming to conclusion to enrich and cause. Only if you decide to enrich and cause, energy will start oozing in your life. Energy starts oozing in you only when you decide to enrich. It expresses as health, it expresses as love, relationships, it expresses as resource in the life like wealth. What's the biggest wealth, you know? Ability to relate with a large number of people with love is the best wealth you can have, which will never leave you. Which will never leave you. Understand? There is only two ways you can be wealthy. The organic way of wealthy is ability to relate with multiple people with energy. You are a being for me, not number. So I'll attend to each one of you and cause your reality. That's all. I'll be Sadashiva for each one of you. You don't need to come to me because I was Sadashiva for somebody else. If I am Sadashiva for you, come to me. So I'll be Sadashiva for you. Paramashivoham. Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham.
Swamiji so beautifully explained to all of us about the fundamental principles of life, the four units based on which life functions, the tattvas: integrity, authenticity, responsibility, and enriching. Now,
Before we enter into the session or internalizing it, I'd like to start with a question to every one of you here. Can I request all the participants here to please take a few minutes, and if I could please request all the participants to please share how many of you understood what is integrity as per your understanding? What did you understand as integrity? Come on. Can I request everyone, Bigyan Naya, Bigyan Chapin, and Kunyushen, what do you understand as integrity? What is integrity according to you? How did you understand integrity from what Swamiji revealed? Come on, everyone. Ma Sangeeta. Okay, Sangeeta Ma has posted, manifesting powerful cognition is authenticity. Wonderful. Malita Sege. Ma Geetanjali Khanna. Ma Eleanor Mayer. Come on, every one of you. Ma Sherry Gao. Every one of you, please post. What do you understand as integrity?
Okay, we have different answers that are coming in.
All right. So now, as every one of you are doing this whole exercise, right? Now we all defined what is integrity. See, most important thing, it's not just honesty or a morality. It is not just a morality based principle. Integrity is you honoring the word, the thought, every word, thoughts that you give to yourself and others, giving your life to fulfill it.
I was just reading. Nityanandam, are all of you able to hear me now? Is this better? Nityanandam. Yes. Sorry for that. I was just reading out the different definitions each of you had posted. I saw Deepak Kaya, Singaravedu, Prakash Rao, Bigyan Champagne, and Kunyushan, Sumitra Agrawal. Many of you had posted different definitions of integrity. True, it is a power that you are having within yourself. That is right. Integrity is, see, when you say true to yourself, what we understand as being true to ourselves is only one level. When you understand integrity as you being integrated first level with your words, the words that you give to yourself and to others, and being integrated to the cherished thought currents that you have, that is integrity. That would automatically come expressed as being true to yourself. But because this being true to yourself, I just wanted to, I think Prakash Rawaya had posted So I just wanted to add this one point, because what you're saying is not wrong, but it should be in this way so that you cognize it more deeper. So that's one thing I wanted to just add. So understand, integrity is the power of your word, just with your word. How many of us have heard great Puranas where just for this one word they give, they go to such great extents. For example, Ramayana, just for that one word, Rama's father, Dasharatha, would have given to Kaikeyi. Rama goes to forest for 14 years just for one word. Same way, one word Bhishma gives. In Mahabharata, Bhishma gives one word. He says that I take a vow forever, I'll be a brahmachari, akhanda brahmachari. He doesn't marry, even though he lives 3 generations together, he does not marry. He does not even aspire for the Simhasan. If you know those stories, you would know what I'm mentioning about. Just the decision to be integrated. That is why after so many years, eons together, we are still remembering them. Integrity awakens the power of Vak in you. It awakens the power of your words, where when you say something, things just happen. Even nature listens to you. Things move the way you tell it to move. When you hold integrity inside of you, it unlocks your Vak Shakti. Whatever words you utter will just become reality. Ma Sangeeta has posted, you honoring your words and thoughts you give to yourself and others with integrity. Absolutely. Susan Soledad, thought currents it cherish. Yes, but your decision to be integrated to the thought currents you cherish. Ability to create things that is beyond your range. I keep changing. Okay, Shariga has posted, I keep changing. When I tell something to me or others, I keep changing often. Is that unintegrity? Yes, you call that as non-integrity. Now you need to see, every time you give a word to someone, it's like you're giving a part of you to them. All these words are literally making you together as one person. So every time you say, okay, you know what, I'm going to meet you at 6 p.m. today, and you give a word to someone, it's like you're given a part to them. When you do not fulfill it, even if you fulfill it instead of 6, you meet that person at 6:10, 10 minutes late, it is still not integrated. It's like each part of you is going in different directions. That is why actually, if you see, when you understand integrity and you start living integrity, even your body gets into integrity. What are the diseases you have? It's just basically your heart functioning in one direction, your liver functioning in another direction. Basically, when your internal organs, when your body is starting to function with certain non-integrity, that is when you start thinking, you start having diseases in you. Am I right? Now, it's your power of integrity, once you declare, it can infuse into all these areas also. So let's do a very quick exercise. We are going to be working on this layer of integrity. Are all of us clear with what's integrity? So now we all are going to together work on integrity, and especially completing with your Vak. That's what all of us are going to be doing now.
All these sit inside of you. All these words that you give to yourself, to others, they all sit inside of you. Every time there's a non integrity, they all disrupt your inner space. And every word that you utter and every cognition that you have, when you don't fulfill those words sit inside of you as blind spots and incompletions.
The first priority and only priority is to make you Sadashiva, Paramashiva, to give you the conscious breakthrough. That is the purpose. State of Sadashiva means complete completion, unclutched space, integrity and authenticity. Space of Sadashiva means Ishwaratva, manifesting the leadership consciousness in you, manifesting responsibility in you. And being a leader for other beings to move to sadashivatva. When you decide to be a leader and lead people towards sadashivatva, Sadashiva empowers you with all his powers. State is the bow. The action of putting the arrow on the string and pulling it back is creating space, and releasing it to go and manifest the reality you want is manifesting powers. The first principle to have a superconscious breakthrough, becoming Sadashiva, is integrity. Now, many of us posted the definitions of what integrity is. Understand, integrity is the thought currents you're cherishing with you and others and treating it as life. For example, if someone asks, oh, what is the time now? You may say 8:31. Who knows whether it is 8:31 based on this clock? We tell it's 8:31. The thought current you cherish. I need to tell the time after verifying with all my ability. So that is a thought current. My intention to tell the time is right. I am not interested in lying. I want to tell the right time to him. But whatever research I can do with my intelligence and available infrastructure, with that I'll do it and tell. This is the thought current of integrity. How many of you are understanding this? This is way more deeper than you just saying that, okay, I'm going to be true to just the words I give. It's actually a level deeper. Can I request all the participants to post what you have understood so far? I request all the participants now take a moment and post what exactly you understand when we say this word, integrity. What do you understand by it? Please take a few minutes and post it. Now let's understand the Shastra Pramana of this power of integrity. The Sambhini Shakti, power of stability and firmness like a pillar to be integrated to achieve Shivatva, even in unfavorable situations. संविन्यासं विनकर्तु शक्त्या संगृह्य सादरं यत्र यत्र स्थितो सम्यक् गुद्वेगवशगोऽपि सन् न चलस्यति संसक्तः संविन्यासं वितस्तु सः. The Shakti, by which the foremost sadhaka is rendered to be steadfast in his path with integrity and to be like a fixed pillar, is known as Stambhini. Even when he is troubled by unexpected occurrence of obstacles or afflicted with dispositions such as likes and dislikes, he remains unperturbed and is capable of observing all the austere activities which are to be undertaken after deeksha. Matanga Parameshwaragama in the 5 Shakti Vichara Prakaranam, reflection on the nature of Shakti. Understand, deleting all the wrong ideas you have about life, body, mind, consciousness, time, universe, world, about anything. Deleting all the wrong ideas and updating yourself with the new software is integrity. Understand, integrity is not a moral, it's not morality, it is a frequency. Take a few minutes and all of you are going to now look into your life and list down all the words, promises, commitments you gave to yourself and to others which you did not honor and fulfill or withdraw and thereby did not restore integrity. Please start. Now, if you finish writing, have all of you finished writing the first step? Now, take a few minutes, make a commitment to yourself to bring in integrity and complete with your words, promises, commitments you give to yourself and to others. So either fulfill what you declared or withdraw all those words and promises. Take a few minutes. You have a question. Maheshwara is asking, is it okay to open with self? Say I tell I will do this tomorrow and change and do not do it. Is that okay? I declare to be easy with myself. I have a tendency to think and unable to fulfill my own will and thoughts to myself. Maheshwari, you need to understand you are the one who is there full time with you more than anyone. So you should be integrated to yourself. It's very important that we keep the words, commitments we give to ourselves. Let's say that due to some reason you're not able to, it's okay. Sit with yourself, complete with yourself, redeclare. Either fulfill the word or withdraw the word. Let's say that you wanted to go to a particular place. Now you realize you don't want to go there anymore. Complete with yourself. Declare the completion. Withdraw that word that you're giving. Okay, Lucy is asking another question. Addendum Mass. From what I understood, integrity is to always fulfill and treat your word to yourself and others as sacred, your life. As the first principle, harnessing sadashiva Shakti in you. In the exercise, we are asked to either fulfill or withdraw or our unfulfilled word, promises through completion. Can you please explain how to continuously empower, purify our work if we want to honestly help people and don't like to say no to them when they are in need, but we keep not being able to always fulfill those promises? Doesn't that continuous habit of having to withdraw or recommit and complete diminishes the work power itself by decreasing more and more the truth in ourselves to commit in the future, taking on less responsibility, thus losing the intended increased connection with Paramashiva through work and enriching others? Okay. So, the first and foremost thing, Ma Lucy, you are not going to say, I'm seeing that some of you saying my voice is not clear. Just give me a minute. Nithyananda. But is my voice clearer and better now? See, Malusi, it is about your decision to be integrated. You cannot say, okay, now I am going to make recommitting itself as my lifestyle. Then there is no integrity in that. Are you understanding? Recommitment is a chance you're giving to yourself to recommit and to be integrated to it. It's a decision. It's a conscious decision that you're taking where you're declaring to be integrated to it. If you make recommitting itself as a lifestyle, then it is non-integrity. It is not an alternative for integrity, but it is a step that can help you to be integrated. Are you understanding now? Great. We are going to be giving all of you, this is a gift directly from Swamiji. We are going to be emailing this gift to all of you. It is about how to unlock the 4 inner powers in you. The 4 tattvas make you sadashiva. To be able to unlock these great powers inside you, you must first understand a little more about yourself. Whether you know it or not, whether you believe it or not, you have 4 giant powers sitting inside of you. And your personalized and blessed copy is included in your gift. Please check out your email. You would be receiving this gift today.
Let's now enter into the power manifestation session. Every completion awakens the powers within us to make manifestation happen. All our patterns, all our thoughts are just different things sitting inside us that are not allowing us to manifest powers, that is not allowing us to live to our full potential. See, even now, what's happening around us, whether it's you see some objects are there, you see some people are there in your life, all of that is also your manifestation only. But when we're doing power manifestation, we're doing nothing but understanding the science of how I manifested these things in the first place, so I can manifest everything as I want it to be. That's all. Now, in this round of power manifestation, we'll go to the next level of consciousness over matter. Are we all ready? In the previous round, we did the consciousness over matter on our own palm, right? Now, in this round of consciousness over matter, we're going to be doing it on a partner's palm. You're going to be moving the object on the palm of someone else. So can I request all of you to start by connecting to a partner? Let's take a few minutes, connect to someone. Physically, if they're there with you, that would be the best. But even online, if you can connect to someone, that's all right. Try as much as possible to connect to someone who is there physically with you right now. And now on their hand, you're going to keep the object. Whether it's the coconut or the orange, the apple, whatever fruit you were using for power manifestation, you can put it on your partner's hand. Exactly as I had showed previously, you can place it on a flat palm. Don't try to cup and hold the object. Let your palm be completely flat. You can, later, no problem. If you do not have someone who's there physically with you, you can partner with someone in the Zoom room. But as far as possible, do it with someone who is physically there with you, because it will be easier for you to relate when the power manifestation happens. At the ultimate level, when you go, you'll be able to do it on anybody's hand. Even if you're not seeing them, they can just be holding it. It will happen. Like many times during the world tour, when we have gone, we have a room of 200 people to 300 people sitting, all of them with coconuts in their hand, and from the stage, just sitting there, manifesting on each and every person's hand, not even missing one person. Out of all 300 people, 100% of them dropping the coconut from their hand. Like this, you'll be able to manifest. But let's start with someone who is there physically in front of you, so that you're able to connect with them, relate with it, and like how it's levels. Like, why are you able to move it only on your hand and not on the floor? Because you have, okay, my hand is me, so if it's on my hand, I can connect to it. Some of the energy connection is there. This kind of things the mind brings in. That is why that's the only difference that it makes. Yes, ma. Preferably, don't allow any movement in the palm. You can keep your palm absolutely flat, like completely flat. If it moves, if it's like uncomfortable, you need to adjust your hand, you can always do that. But don't try, you should tell the person who you're manifesting with not to try stopping the movement, because the power of consciousness over matter will make the coconut move. So when you try stopping the movement, there can be some kind of uncomfortable feeling in the hand or anything. So when they're doing it, just let them hold it flat. Don't try to hold the coconut in any way. Keep your palm absolutely flat, and if at all Like you need to adjust for more comfort, you need to move your fingers, that's not a problem. But as far as possible, try to keep it without movement. Okay, let's start the power manifestation. Start chanting the Mahavakya, Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Intensely chant the Mahavakya. That is the frequency, the vibration of you connecting with that object. Yes, you can see the picture in front of you right now, how to place your palm. Yes, ma, anything that happens automatically is fine. Malita, don't do it purposely, that's all. Don't try to purposely catch it or anything. Connect to Swamiji. Remember Swamiji in the depth of your being as you. Do not cognize Swamiji as someone separate. Do not visualize him. Sit as Swamiji, as Sadashiva. Whoever is your Ishtadevata, whoever you connect to, sit as them. Visualize yourself with 25 heads, 50 hands, or as Sadashiva with 5 heads, 10 hands. That eternal 16, smiling face, in that bliss of Paramashiva. Chant the Mahavakya and let there be no disturbance in your inner space. Just remembering Swamiji, sitting as Swamiji, let him fill your inner space. Any automatic adjustment that happens, just let it happen, ma. Malita, just anything, your hand is automatically adjusting the balance, not an issue. Consciously don't try to stop it from happening, that's all. You'll see the Atmalinga, it'll start vibrating many times. It'll start, rolling from side to side, left to right. All these things will immediately start happening if you're doing with the Atmalinga. Even the coconut, that intense heat, vibration, we have heard from many people, they start feeling the movement of the water in the coconut. Like, the coconut has water in it. You can feel the balance shifting forward and the whole coconut tipping over. Just don't expect anything. See, all power manifestation is a side effect of sitting in the space of oneness with Paramashiva. So focus on that. Let your whole attention be on sitting as Swamiji, chanting the Mahavakya. The movement will automatically happen. That cosmic intelligence, which is right now manifesting the world in front of you, will manifest the power manifestation. All you have to do is be an empty channel. Raise your frequency to that frequency by chanting the Mahavakya. Be an empty channel by doing the unclutching, connecting to Swamiji, and let the manifestation flow through you. Whatever Paramashiva is showing you, enjoy it, be in the space of gratitude to him. Hold that, all these higher states where you are in the space dimension of you. You're not stuck in the length, breadth, and depth. Immediately when your mind comes to, is the coconut moving? Is it moving? Am I feeling the movement? When your mind comes back down to that, it's coming back to the matter. You're again emphasizing the existence of the coconut as separate from you. So just think of Swamiji, remember Swamiji, cognize yourself sitting as Swamiji. Let that be where you're constantly expanding this space dimension of you. The manifestation will happen as a side effect. Every time you drift off, just bring yourself back. Don't feel like, oh, I missed it. No. Just bring yourself back immediately. No. Aligning back, thinking of Swamiji, remembering Swamiji, cognizing myself as Swamiji, chanting the Mahavakya, and connecting to Paramashiva again. Understand, enlightenment is your very nature. It is not something that is going to happen in the future, not something that you have to realize. Nothing. It is you, it is your nature. Swamiji says integrity, authenticity, they're not something you have to achieve. You're always in the space of integrity, you're always authentic. It is to what you're authentic which matters, to what you're integrated which matters. Right now, if you're not sure what you're integrated to confusion, is what Swamiji says. All we have to do is align our integrity to what we want to manifest as our life. Now, aligning our integrity to the truth that I am Paramashiva sitting here today. That's all it is. At every moment, every thought that comes up, is this thought aligning me to Paramashiva? Is this action aligning me to Paramashiva? Is this happening in my life aligning me to Paramashiva? Looking at it from that lens is bringing integrity into it. That's all. Is bringing integrity towards your Paramashivatva. As of now, we have our integrity towards our relationships, we may have integrity towards incompletions, we may have integrity towards laziness, integrity towards making wealth, aligning all that to manifesting our Paramashivatva, manifesting ourselves as that ultimate cosmic energy that is out there. Then automatically, whether it's health, wealth, relationships, success, fulfillment, happiness, all that comes as a side effect of it. And even power manifestation is just a side effect of aligning yourself to you as Paramashiva.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Continue chanting the Mahavakya.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Remember your favorite darshan of Swamiji. Let him mirror in you. Let that feeling connection, that space, again and again, bring yourself back to that thoughtlessness, that intense connection where the whole world disappears. If you have ever had a hug from Swamiji, even the regular darshan when Swamiji calls out your name, immediately how there's nothing else exists except for you and him. Bring that space because you are him.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Let the manifestation happen. Just witness how beautiful that bliss that comes. When you realize, yes, I am Paramashiva. When you have those few minutes where you glimpse your real existence in the parallel universe as Paramashiva.
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Once you have done it on one person's hand, you can switch the hand of the person. You can do it on their left hand. If you did it on their right hand, you can do it again and again. You can see on screen now how the manifestation of the rolling of the coconut is happening. So beautifully we saw how the manifestation had happened. Can all now post in the chat, how did the manifestation happen for you? What are the feelings you had? Did you feel that energy vibrating in the coconut? You can ask your partner with whom you were manifesting, to share about the experience of the manifestation. How many of you it rolled on your partner's hand? Can we all just post? It rolled for me. Just post that. Swamiji says actually that I'm not here to. He says a person who is with the Shastra Pramana is an Acharya. A person who is there with the Shastra Pramana and the Apta Pramana is a Guru. A person who is there with the Shastra Pramana, Apta Pramana and the Atma Pramana, who has also experienced, is an enlightened master. But a person who has come to make the Shastra Pramana, Apta Pramana and the Atma Pramana as a Sakshi Pramana is an incarnation. He says, I am not just here to say that I have experienced it. I am here to listen to all of you shouting that, yes, I have got it. All of us telling that, Swamiji, it manifested for me. That is what he has come down for. Not just saying, oh, Krishna manifested. Not just saying Swamiji manifested, but each and every one of us manifesting. That is what Swamiji has come down here for. Okay, Ma Christine Jones has posted that it rolled for her several times on both hands. That's awesome, Ma. You can work with more partners, Ma. You can work with rolling it on other people's palms also. You will see it will happen so immediately. It will just happen. Like many times for me, I've rolled it where people come and they're really skeptical about the power manifestation. They say that no, there's no way this is all true, and it'll take hours to roll on their hand because it takes that much time for their logic to tire of arguing. Now, when you're manifesting it on another person's hand, the oneness you feel with that person also comes into play, right? Because you feel, yes, my hand is me. It's like, okay. But when you're manifesting it on another person's palm, you feel like, no, that person doesn't believe it, or they're not going to let it happen. They're going to purposely not let it happen. All these kinds of ideas come up when you complete with the other person. Like, in Gurukul, what we would do is if we had some incompletion with a person, we would complete with them and then do the consciousness over matter on their palm so that we can see, yes, the completion has happened. Because when the incompletion is there, it takes a long time or the manifestation doesn't happen. But when the completion is there, because that space of completion is the space of oneness from which power manifestation happens. So, Ma, you can work on doing it with more and more people's palms. Okay, now let's enter into the next session, the next powerful cognitions from Swamiji himself, learning and understanding about the 25 states of consciousness. Yes, you don't just have 3 states of consciousness, your deep sleep, dream, and waking state, you have 25 states of consciousness. Let's now hear about this from Swamiji himself.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
You have two levels of existing. Listen carefully. Two levels of existing. One with the thought currents, without the thought currents. With the thought currents means active inner image, constantly spitting thoughts. Without thoughts, in deep sleep, where I think some of you are in that state now. If you are not hearing me, you are in that state. If you are hearing me, you are not, fortunately. I'll repeat, listen. With thoughts, without thoughts. With thoughts, all of you know, constantly picking fight with everyone, everything. Actually, with thoughts is nothing but constantly picking fight with everything. When you stop picking fight with everything, there will be no thought. Thought is Tan in your existence. When there is uneasiness and you decide to pick fight with some part of you or the other, then comes thought. Without thought, you know, deep sleep, in the night time, or sometimes in the daytime. Whenever you are in the deep sleep, no thought. So these two, same way, listen. With thought, without thought. Same way, with your existence, remembrance of your existence, without the remembrance of your existence. Listen. Listen. You need to listen to these words very carefully. With the idea, I exist, I consciousness. Without the idea, I exist. these two states. How many of you are able to understand? See, now, all of you have the idea I exist. Am I right? The deep sleep, do you have that? That is why it is sleep. So, there are two ways and two states. Two ways is with thought, without thought. Two states is with the idea I exist and without the idea I exist. How many of you understand that? Project there. Listen. With the idea I exist and with thoughts, listen carefully, because you need to understand this unit. This is the fundamental unit. How the states of consciousness is formed in you. Why you go through what you go through in your life. Understand, ignorance is not cute. Ignorance of traffic rules is not going to save you from the traffic ticket. Ignorance of traffic rules is not going to save you from ticket. Ignorance is cannot be a reason for not following. Same way in the cosmos, ignorance is not cute. Yes, you can be victim, singing song, oh, I am ignorant, innocent devotee. Who is going to care? No. A devotee cannot be ignorant. Jnana varishta bhakti, devotion established on knowledge and understanding. That is devotion. Understand, I am talking about the fundamental units of life. So let me go to the next word. I am introducing these 4 words. With thoughts, without the idea that I exist. That's called swapna. You may say, no. In dream also I remember I exist. No, listen carefully. In the dream, you will be writing your college examination sitting with your son. How can that be? College exam you wrote much before the marriage. How many of you had this kind of a completely overlapping dream? You need to know the identity I you feel in the dream does not have independent understanding. It is just overlapping, crisscrossing of few thought currents. See, like laser beam, if 4 or 5 beams cross, that point looks like a independently shining, which is not. Same way in the dream, few thought currents crossing, you feel as if your identity exists, but it is not. It does not have consistency. In one dream itself, that will change 20 times. How many of you have observed? In the waking state itself, it changes. Why? Dream state. How many of you say that? But in the waking state, at least little decent. In the waking state, it's more like an unstable spouse. Every half an hour divorce. And every 1 hour patch up. But in the dream state, it doesn't even behave like an unstable spouse. It behaves like a 10 minutes son, 10 minutes boss, 5 minutes brother, 5 minutes enemy. You just don't know how it behaves. Listen carefully. The number of thoughts gives idea that you exist for a spark. That's what happens in the dream state. How many of you are able to understand what I am saying? That is why the idea of I in the dream state is so illusory. Many times you don't even remember you when you come back from dream. What was your idea about you? Seen but does not exist. That's a direct translation of the word swapna. Seen but does not exist. Where the idea of I does not exist, but the thoughts exist. Means the frequency of the thoughts is much higher. The idea of I, it has no existence. That frequency is almost like a zero. Then third word I am introducing, listen, where neither the idea I exists nor the idea thoughts exist. That is what is called deep sleep, sushupti. These three all of us experience in our day-to-day life. The fourth word I am going to introduce, it has no word. That is why it is called turiya. Turiya means fourth in Sanskrit. In Sanskrit, the word turiya means fourth. That's all. Because there is no word for it. Where the idea that I exist is there. I am there, but there is no thoughts. That is called the fourth state, turiya. With the idea I exist, but without thoughts, is turiya. With I plus with thoughts is waking state. Without I but thoughts is dream state. Neither I nor thoughts is deep sleep state. Only I, no thoughts is turiya. Now I want you to remember these four words. Let me repeat. Jakrat means waking state. Swapna means dream state. Sushupti means deep sleep state. Turiya means fourth state, awakened state. There is a fifth word Mahadeva introduces in Agama called Turyatita, means not only you are awake, you are alive, you can move anything you want. See, if you have manifested the powers of moving a matter, how many of you are successfully able to move a matter? You have seen the glimpse of Turyatita. Turyatita is the state where awakening becomes power manifestation. All these five states, deep sleep, dream, waking, awakened, alive, all these five states in Sanskrit, Sushupti, Swapna, Jakrat, Turiya, Turyatita. . all these 5 states cross each other. You may ask, how? Because you are no more a single integrated being. All the time, one part of you is planning, strategizing about your future and possibilities. The other part of you is just interested in denying you, which is strategizing. The part which goes on strategizing about you and your future is called mind, head, intellect, logic. The part which goes on denying you does not want the direction. Not because it is right or wrong, just it does not want. It's like a tantrum throwing child, what you call as heart emotion. Please understand, you have been given a very wrong idea, your heart and emotion is always right. No. Both are corrupt. Understand, both are corrupt. Both carry deep incompletions. Heart wants something just because it does not want that. Heart denies something just because head wants it. It's not that always heart is right. No. If you feel heart is right, no. You are wrong. Head is wrong. That does not mean heart is right. Head is wrong does not mean heart is right. Sometimes head is right. That does not mean heart is wrong. Sometimes head is wrong. That does not mean heart is right. Both have their incompletions, both have their problems. Because you are no more a single being. See, invariably when the whole humanity has started experiencing this dual being, two part, that is when our masters declare the Kali started. So two parts of you experiences two different states at a time always. Please understand. If your head, which is strategizing about your future, is now awake, your heart is in dream state, sitting somewhere and doing something else. If you have to put your head and heart together, keep yourself in the waking state, you feel stressed, tensed. Oh, I can't be like that for a long time. Maybe few minutes, okay. Not more than that. How many of you understand what I am saying? How many of you experientially feel, yes, I go through this? Understand, the line, vertical line is a heart projector. Vertical line is heart's line. Horizontal line is logic's line. Head's line. So listen, when your head is in Sushupti, heart is also in Sushupti. It is called Sushupta Sushupti. Deep sleep, deep sleep. Very rarely you experience this. Even in your deep sleep, if you are lying on your bed for 8 hours, maximum you may experience this deep sleep for 20 to 30 minutes. Not more than that. Please understand. Head, heart, both parts of you experiencing sushupti and sushupti, deep sleep and deep sleep. It may happen just for a few minutes, in the whole 6 hours or 8 hours, you are lying on your bed. When your head experiencing dream state and your heart experiencing deep sleep, you can perceive this experience. When you dream and just fall asleep without even waking up, you will dream something and you will fall asleep without waking up. Again you will dream something, you will fall asleep. Maybe third time or fourth time when you dream only you will wake up. How many of you have experienced this? When you wake up, you will remember all the 3-4 dreams. That is what this state, the sushupti and swapna. How many of you are understanding? State is not bad. Understand? All these 25 states of consciousness is 25 dimensions of you. You are 25 faces. You are 25 dimensions. In the waking state, how you are able to control larger part of you. You can control your hands. You can control your legs. Many things you can control in your waking state. When you want, you can get up and go and pick up a cup of tea. When you want, you can go and use the restroom. In the dream state, if you find a restroom, don't use. It's a trap. Once more, I am repeating, if you missed it. In the dream state, if you find a restroom, don't use. It is a trap. When your bladder is full, it is capable of sending instruction to your brain and the whole restroom will be built. And you will be made to feel comfortable. Only things are a little wet or hot, you realize what has happened. Understand, your ability to have power over your certain state is good or bad, that's all. If you are in delusion, don't be afraid. It is actually delusion kicks you to the next level of liberation. See, 3 seconds of nightmare not only gets you out of nightmare, it pushes you to the next level of state of consciousness called waking state. From dream, you are just kicked to the waking state. High. From dream, moving to waking state is like an enlightenment in dream state. So, if you had a very sweet dream, normal dream in your dream state, you would have just gone again back to dream state or deep sleep state. But if you had a nightmare, you can neither go back to dream state or deep sleep state. You have to be kicked to waking state. So, delusion in the delusion in the dream state is nightmare. But ultimately that nightmare does a great good thing that you are enlightened, pushed out of the dream state to the waking state. From waking state, if you are pushed to the turiya, that is enlightenment. Same way, from dream, if you are pushed to waking, that is enlightenment in this level. Understand? Enlightenment means getting pushed to the next higher state of consciousness. From deep sleep, if if you are pushed to the dream state, that's one level enlightenment. From dream state, if you are pushed to the waking state, that is one level of enlightenment. From waking state, if you are pushed to the turiya, that is next level of enlightenment. From turiya, if you are pushed to turiyatita, that's the next level of enlightenment. So understand, the nightmare in your dream state is not as bad as you always think, because just the 3-second nightmare, and you need to know, no nightmare can be longer than 3 seconds. It's a law of life. In the dream, it will look like a long time, but actually, in chronological waking state time, it is only 3 seconds. So, all nightmares are enlightenment in the dream state, because it has pushed you from dream state to the waking state, which is a level of enlightenment in the, as far as the dream state is concerned. I should call there are 4 levels of enlightenment. From deep sleep, when you are pushed to the dream state, it's called dream enlightenment. From dream state, if you are pushed to the waking state, it's called waking enlightenment. From waking state, if you are pushed to turiya, it's called awakened enlightenment. From turiya, when you are pushed to turiyatita, it's called live, living enlightenment. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda
These 25 states of consciousness that Swamiji just revealed about is a very, very important dimension and aspect for all of us to understand about. How many of you, for the first time, cognize this unique revelation that Swamiji gave to all of us about these 25 states of consciousness? Can I request everyone to summarize? What did you understand? According to you, how does the 25 states of consciousness function? Come on, I request everyone to put. These 25 states of consciousness, as we understand and how we see it and how we experience it, each of these are some of the most important aspects or dimensions of our life. See, many times, why is it important for us to understand, for us to know about these 25 states of consciousness? Because so many times in our life, we go through different situations, we experience different aspects of life that we don't really understand, we don't know why it is happening. If you understand these 25 states of consciousness, right, and how it works, it has a completely beautiful transformation. It is like this, it's like you having a owner's manual. So when you know the user's manual of it, then you will know, okay, whatever issue is happening, you will know the reason behind it, and then you will know how to fix it, or you'll know what are the possibilities that you have both. So it is important that you have an introduction to yourself through these 25 states of consciousness. Okay, so I'm going to see what each of you have posted. Come on, what did you all understand? Deepak Katharaya saying, very rich and eternal experience I have gained today. Beautiful. Actually, you know what, Aya? If you just experience this understandings of those 25 states of consciousness, the impact that it will have in your being, it is like this. Let me say you are a CEO of a company. But if I just tell you you are a manager, and if I just teach you only that much and give you that much access, you're losing out so much in life, correct? There's so much more access you can have, there's so much more knowledge you can have, there's so many more aspects and dimensions that you need to know. But telling a CEO that he is a CEO of the company and giving him all the things that he needs, that is exactly what this 25 states of consciousness does to us. Catching it? Okay, so let us now do a very quick exercise. Let us understand about it a little deeper. You all see here, the first 5 here towards the left is the mind. The next is the body, the basic states. Sushupti, Swapna, Jagrat, Turiya, Turiyatita. This 4 is the mind, and the states of the body, Sushupti, Swapna, Jagrat, Turiya, Turiyatita. The crisscrossing of these states of consciousness, all these 5 states of consciousness here the crisscrossing of this is what combines the 25 states of consciousness. Okay, so here I'll give you all some examples. Swamiji teaches this so beautifully. Let's say that your body is in extreme tiredness, it's in deep sleep, sushupti, but your mind is in jagrat state. Here you all can see that. So your mind is in jagrat state and your body is in deep sleep state. That J plus SU that you see, it is in that state that all of us experience coma. Because your mind is active, it wants to experience, it's feeling the hunger, it's feeling everything. But the body is in complete deep sleep. It does not want to do anything. That is coma. Now, let's say your body is awake, your body is in Jagrat, but your mind is in deep sleep. That is sleepwalking. And it is in that time that you will see, here you will see, right? You all see this Sushuti plus Jagrat, SU plus J. That is a state where we do sleepwalking. When you're in the state of Sushupti and Jagrat, where your mind is in deep sleep, but your body is awake, that is sleepwalking. So it is like this, each of these permutation combination of those 25 states of consciousness, they have a big impact in our lives, how we cognize them, how we understand them, and how we experience them in our day-to-day life. Are all of you catching it? Actually, if you just understand these 25 states of consciousness correctly and master them, you will have such a beautiful experience. So now let's say when your mind, boredom, when your body is fresh in waking state and mind is in dream state, is boredom. So when mind is in swapna and sushupti is boredom. Next, another example that we can take for this is when your body is in sleeping state, but mind is in waking state. Tiredness, extreme tiredness, that is in when Sushupti and Jagrat happens. And here, during sleepwalking, only the mind is in sleep, deep sleep, but body is in waking state. That's the example I gave, the Sushupti and Jagrat. So that's the way we all experience sleepwalking. Now, let's see another example, coma. Yes, coma is another example that we discussed about already, right? When our mind and body both are in Sushupti, it's coma. It's not in deep sleep, but it is extreme, it's in coma where you can't experience anything. Now, when you experience Jivanti, when you are living the science of enlightenment, living enlightenment, you are in Turiya. So listen very carefully. Swamiji is saying something different here. Means Swamiji is saying something important here. Turiya is where you experience enlightenment. Turiyatita is where you experience irreversible enlightenment. See, you experience Jivan Mukti, living enlightenment, when our waking state and deep sleep state are totally influenced by the fourth state, which is a Turiya. Now, the Turiyatita is a state in which you experience that complete the irreversible enlightenment. That is Turiyatita. You're all catching it? Are we all understanding these differences are very important to understand. And if any of you have any questions, please feel free. You all can ask your questions. Malisha Chen. Oh wow, okay. There's a very nice sharing by Ma Chen Yi Han. And Ma Chen Yi Han, I'll share with you because one person had actually asked Swamiji a similar question like this. So Ma Chenny Han has posted that once I had a dream at first. Once I had a dream. At first, I dreamt as usual. Suddenly, when I wanted to wake up, I was very awake in my dream and found that I was having another dream and I was in that dream, just like the basement layer by layer. It was difficult to wake up. When I woke up, I remember the feeling and dream very clearly. That's a very nice, interesting thing that you have brought up, because understanding the psychology of how we dream, many times when we have a deep unfulfilled fantasies, or when we have deep pain, or when we have incompletions in us and we just want to avoid life at that point in time, it may not be conscious, sometimes it might be even unconscious. It is at that point in time that we experience such dreams. Worst nightmares are when you consciously are in pain, depression, and you fall into sleep. But it is in this time, it's at this time, during this time, that we experience these different states, dreaming, and the different states of consciousness. Okay, anyone has any other questions? Come on. My Danzo, muscle loss. I'm seeing so many of you. I request every one of you to share. Malisha Chen, how about you? Do you have any questions? Are all of you understanding? Okay, Deepak Katara is saying, I feel Turiya and Turiyatita are very complicated situations to achieve. No, it is not. You don't need to worry. Actually, whenever you receive initiation, Swamiji isn't Turiyatita. He's beyond, right? Now, when you are receiving the initiations, let's say you're manifesting powers, you're having visions, at those times, you are in Turiyatita. Means the Turiya state being influenced by Turiyatita. But after that, what happens is we come back from that state. It is reversible. Irreversible, it becomes when you achieve, when that Turiya is pushing to Turiyatita. That intensity, it is just the belief system that we carry determines the state of consciousness that you are anchored on. Please understand this. It is nothing to do with, I want to, I'm still in Sushupti, I think. If you keep believing that, you will only be anchored in that state. Began Shap again, he is asking, okay, can you repeat Sushupti plus Jagrat? When your mind is in deep sleep, Sushupti, body is in awake state, that is sleepwalking. See, many times if you'll notice, when people sleepwalk, they're not conscious. Many times when they sleepwalk, they don't know what is happening and what is happening for their body. That happens when you are in Sushupti, mind is in deep sleep, and body is in Jagrat state. Catching it here? Aslimaya, Nithyanandam, Shifongsu, Shifongsinaya, Aslimaya, and Naveen Reddy. Come on, we have a lot of you here. Can I request everyone to share what you're understanding? Prakash Ravaya, Kingzing Weng, Zuan Yu, Daniel Schwan, Masonal, Linkol Sua. Guys, there's so many of you here. I request every one of you to share, every one of you to post. What are these 25 states of consciousness? Are you understanding? Okay. How about this? I'm going to ask you all a question. Which state of consciousness are we in when we experience boredom? Can you all guess? Which state of consciousness are we in when we experience boredom? I'll show the chart for you for that. And you can take a guess. Okay, so now based on whatever Swamiji revealed, you're going to go to the chart, you're going to see the different states, and you're going to map. When you are in boredom, which state of those which states of consciousness are you going to be in? Yes, you can see here. Come on, let me know which state of consciousness are you in. To post after once you post boredom, next tell which state you are in when you are in extreme tiredness. Let's say you're tired and you don't want to do anything. Which state you are in? You can put boredom, this state, tiredness, this state. Okay, so many of you have posted different answers. I'm going to now tell the answer. See, please understand the science behind it first. Okay, so I see each of you have posted unique answers. Tiredness is Sushupti and Jagrat. Okay, Jagrat Swapna. Daniel Leah is saying, I'm not sure. Okay, I'll teach you all how you can do the mapping. Okay, so it's pretty simple. See, understand what exactly happens when you're tired, right? What exactly happens when you're bored or tired? First, let's look at tiredness. See, when you are tired, it means your body, physically, your body is okay. Let's see for boredom here. So, Swamiji is saying here the body is fresh in waking state, but the mind is in dream state. So, it is Jagrat and Swapna. So, basically, mind is in Swapna, body is in Jagrat. Next is tiredness. The body is in sleeping state and mind is in waking state, which is Sushupti and Jagrat. So Sushupti is mind is in sleeping state, Jagrat is body is in wakeful state. Sorry, I just said the other way around. Sorry for the confusion. So the body is in sleeping state and mind is in waking state. That is what is tiredness. Your mind is, you can do something, but your body physically feels tired. So if you just see which state you are experiencing in your body through this, you will be able to simply know what state you want to be in. You will be able to push yourself to those respective states of consciousness. Your cognition about these 25 states of consciousness makes them good or bad for us. Swamiji tells it is not bad if you are in Sushupti. It is not good if you are in Turiya. There is no such definitions. Each of them are just a state of consciousness. It is not bad if you're in house number 1. And it's not good if you're in house number 10. There's no difference. It's just different houses, right? Similarly, your cognition that you carry about these 25 states of consciousness, they make them good or bad. For example, deep sleep is as much needed as Turiyatita. But we feeling powerless about deep sleep is the problem. The powerlessness that you carry, for example, when you sleep, there's a certain guilt that we carry about it. Oh God, I've slept like this. When you experience completion with that state, you will experience that fulfillment. Our focus needs to be on being powerful, not switching the states. This is the key important factor, because the moment we all listen, the first thing that comes to our mind is, oh God, how do I reach Turyatita state? Okay, that's good. That's ultimate state that we should be in. But the most important aspect of it is to first be complete in the state that you are in. Feel powerful in the state that you are in. When you are complete, when you feel that powerfulness in the state that you are in, automatically you will see it, like how a knife goes through a butter, like that, so smoothly you will be able to transition from one state to another. The other states like dream and deep sleep are also part of our life, and they also expand our planning about life. If you are too oriented to the waking state, you will have heavy dreams and disturbed sleep. If you are very comfortable with the sleep, if you are just complete with the sleep, then you will see automatically how the whole experience will happen. Every day when we are sitting for the darshan, we get into the space where our body is in the waking state and mind is in Turiya state. That is the glimpse. Swamiji is in Turiya Tita. He raises your mind from Jagrat to Turiya. That is the exact process that we experience during darshan. We all catching it? Understanding? So, to make us more powerful in each of these states, you need to remove the patterns in each state and manifest the powers for those states. For example, if you are carrying a certain, let's say, deep resistance towards dream or deep sleep, you need to remove those patterns and you need to awaken the powers in those respective states of consciousness. Now, let us all do a very quick exercise. Okay. Now, each of you, the moment we learned about states, I had many of you who posted, Ma, I want to experience Turiya Tita. See, it is not wrong to have that intention, but many times that uh, request comes out of incompletion, which is what is wrong. Take a few minutes and you can pen down take a few minutes, pen down all the incompletions, guilt that you carry in each of these states of consciousness. Come on. I request everyone to write down. Please relax. Have you all finished writing down? Okay. So now, see, if we understand this, right, if you know how you can navigate yourself through these 25 states of consciousness, and if you understand this, the power manifestation becomes so much more easier for you. See, Sadashiva, who is Sadashiva? What he embodies, what he represents, is this understanding. When you know you are consciousness who can navigate through any of this, whether you are in deep sleep or whether you are in any other state, does not affect. Whichever state of consciousness that you are in, it does not affect your existence, because you are consciousness. You are beyond all of these. Are you all getting it? Okay. Now let's all do a very quick power manifestation to experience. Now what you're all going to do is get any object and you're going to be keeping it on the ground. This is the last round of consciousness or matter, after which we'll be moving to the next power. So I request every one of you to bring an object, any object. Keep the object in front of you. You're going to be now putting a, okay, I think, all right, yes. So you're going to, now what you're going to be doing is you're going to bring a cup of water and you're going to be putting a needle or let's say a blade of grass, a rice grain, something on that water. And listen very carefully. The most important cognition for you to understand is, beyond all this, whether you are in Sushupti, whether you're in Jagrat, whether you're in dream state, Swapna, or Turiya, Turiyatita, any of these states that you are in, when you understand and cognize your consciousness, your existence as consciousness, you are untouched by the ups and downs that happens on the outside. Okay. So now what we are going to do for that is, I request every one of you to put that needle, bring yourself to that cognition. Yes, I am consciousness. I am not the object, I am not the matter, I am not the doubts. Beyond all that, there's something much more powerful in me. And you're going to now, with that will, your conscious will, you're going to decide and move the matter in front of you. The science is very simple. With the power of your will, you can move the needle consciously. Move the needle in whichever direction you want. You can declare you want it to move left, right, you want to move it towards you, and move that. Do it with that conscious will. I request every one of you to come on camera and please keep the cup. Just want to make sure that you're all having the cups properly. Can I request all the participants to please keep your cups in front of the camera, please? Come on, Ma Jyotikonda, Ma Shukrendrananda, all of you keep the cup in front. Ma Zen Kiao, Ma Pang Kiao, all of you please keep the cups. Listen carefully, consciously will it. Will that you are going to be moving the matter in the direction that you want. You are something that's much more powerful than just a physical matter in front of you. Come on, everyone, keep it. Sumita, yeah, keep the cup in front of you. And whenever you are sitting for the session, right, sit with that powerfulness, with water cooling your body. Make sure you're having the whole ambience around you bright. And if you're in India, you must be having basma, right? If you could apply the basma and sit, kumkum and basma, all these factors does have an impact in your system, because kumkum makes, when your body observes the kumkum, it's processed turmeric, correct? So when your body observes the kumkum, it enables you to focus more and it helps you improve a lot in terms of concentration. Yes, Naveen Reddy is sitting. Great. Manoj Salvaraya. All right. Now, please keep the cup. Decide any one direction that you want it to move in and move the object. Come on, sit. Sit straight with your head, neck, and spine in a straight line. Just sit with this one understanding. I am consciousness. I am more powerful than the object that is in front of me. Like how when your brain commands and your brain tells the object to move, it moves. Same way. Consciously declare you want this to move, and with that space, just move the object. Let's start. Chant the Mahavakya. Yesterday, all of you have received initiation to Mahavakya. Just chant the Mahavakya.
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham. Om
Now, as each of us are manifesting, we're going to be entering into a very, very, very important session where we're going to be understanding about the 11 dimensions of the universe. We're going to be understanding about what are these 11 dimensions. So now we learned about 25 states of consciousness. Now it's important that we understand about the 11 dimensions of the universe. Like how we have the 25 states of consciousness, there are the permutation combinations of length, breadth, depth, time, space, all of these. And these permutation combinations is what forms the 11 dimensions of the universe.
With the introduction to the 11th dimension, the intensity of your powerful cognitions will just shoot up. Understand? The amount of powerful cognitions, all of you need to understand the meaning of the word powerful cognition. For example, if you see somebody dying, are you going to cognize it as powerlessness, shaking, fear? Are you going to cognize the situation with a powerfulness? That is the way the reality is. What next? In every situation, cognizing with powerfulness, whether health, relationships, love, Hindu tradition is a powerful knowledge source. Understand? Thousands of years before Mahadeva has spoken about this 11th dimension, modern day science is still sitting with the 5th dimension. Mahadeva has gone to 11 thousands of years before, and you need to know, in Hinduism 11 genders, not 3. West talks only about 3, male, female, and the whole thing, everything they classified into LGBT. In Hinduism 11 genders. Male biomemory in female muscle memory, male muscle memory in female biomemory. And same way there's a clear description of experiences of these 11 dimensions. If 25 states of consciousness knowledge is shared with the world, whole psychology, psychiatry, this department will collapse. About everything. Life, desire, good, bad, purpose of life, right, wrong, about everything. Having powerful cognitions, getting matured, having powerful cognitions, getting matured. because of the powerful cognitions manifesting powers. Now, giving powerful cognitions to you about the universe is introduction to 11 dimensions of the universe. The 25 states of consciousness an individual goes through, and 11 dimension of the universe. Listen, the modern day so-called science is able to understand only 4 dimensions: length, breadth, depth, time. But the ancient science, the Sanatana Hindu Dharma, elaborately describes the 11 dimensions and the beings exist in the 11 dimensions: length, breadth, depth, time and space. These are the 5 unit dimensions, and the permutation combination of that 5, length, breadth with the time space, breadth, depth with the time space, length, depth with the time space, the various permutation combinations of these 5 basic dimensions forms 11 dimensions of the universe. So understand these basic principles. Length. Length means anything which flows with a systematic certain logic. Whether 2 plus 2 is 4, or if you add this acid and this acid, this is the product comes out. This chemical and this chemical, this is the chemical comes out. Anything repeatedly flows in the same logic is length dimension. Whether 2 plus 2 is 4 or the Ganga moving from Gangotri to Ganga Sagar. It's all logic. Listen carefully. All logic which moves systematically comes under length dimension. If I introduce other 2-3 dimensions, then you will understand. You will be able to grasp the depth of each dimension. Length dimension is a power by itself. If you master the length dimension, anything which works as per the logic will be under your control. You are master of it. Almost 99.99% of the known Vyakta is logic, length dimension. Whatever is known, 99.99 are length dimension. Your idea of currency, your idea of ownership, your ideas about mathematics, almost much of your science other than the quantum physics and parallel universe from Vedic tradition, much before Newton, the The whole length dimension is explained thoroughly by Ganada. All this, which functions with a clear logic, is a length dimension. Everything which flows in the rhythmic logic is breath dimension. Listen, rhythmic logic is different and simple logic is different. Simple logic is length, rhythmic logic is breath. Breath does not mean, it does not have a logic, and it does not mean it's a rigid logic. See, I want you to know these dimensions, only then I can take you to the next level of experience. Otherwise, when I give you the experience, you will be overwhelmed. See, with understanding about these dimensions, you yourself will know how the powers are manifesting. And you will start playing with them. You getting comfortable with your consciousness and manifesting powers will start happening once you understand these 11 dimensions. Now, see, I have a responsibility. I have to give you this knowledge without giving you suffering. Mahadeva puts that word. There's a clear command. Knowledge has to be given without suffering. All language, all mathematics, all data analysis, all the statistics, all this comes under length dimension. Rhythmic flow of logic is breath. Means, it's not that length is not there, but it is not rigid length. It's not rigid logic. Like dance, music, poetry. Poetry is the breath dimension of language. Silence is the depth dimension of language. Speaking is the length dimension of language. Mathematics is the writing dimension of length. Painting is the breadth dimension of writing. Yantras are the depth dimension of writing. Time is a frequency dimension of the universe, aspect of the universe, where you and universe are reverberating in the same frequency. Unit of time of the sun, moon, Kailasa and you is one and the same. Listen, yesterday I said, our 1 year is 1 day for them, but unit is same. Only quantity difference. How many of you are understanding? It's only quantity difference, but not. So in Tattva, principal unit, listen carefully, your logic and logic of the devatas are different. They are not same. Your breath and devatas' breath, not that far away, little closer. Your depth and devatas' depth, little more closer. But in time, your unit of time and their unit of time is one and the same. There is only quantity difference. Tattva, fundamental principle unit is same. How many of you are getting it? Yes. For us 1 year is their 1 day, but our 1 year is 1 day for them. It means what? Unit is same. Length repeated again and again, which became your muscle memory, is breath. Breath repeated again and again, which became your biomemory, is depth. Depth is your conclusions. Depth is the cognitions and conclusions you carry about you, life, God, people, everything. Logic of you and the universe is length dimension. Rhythmic logic of you and the universe is breadth dimension. Cognitions from which the logic and rhythmic logic of you and the universe manifests is depth dimension. Your breath, when its frequency increases, it becomes your depth. Your depth, when the frequency intensely increases, it becomes your time. In breath, length is included. In depth, length and breadth is included. In time, length, breadth, depth is included. This fourth dimension is the space where your so-called normal human life faces a breakthrough. Listen carefully. Anybody who is introduced to the time dimension, Kala, manifests even 1 or 2 powers related to Kala. You are liberated from death. Listen carefully. You need to know the principal unit why you are manifesting powers or why you are not manifesting powers.
Time is as alive as your skin. If you believe, cognize, your skin is alive. If somebody massages your skin, you feel good. If somebody cuts it, you feel bad, pain. How much your skin is alive, that much, I should say little more than, much more than that, time is alive skin of the cosmos. Listen, where your skin ends, the skin of the cosmos, which is called time, starts. A actually your skin and the skin of the cosmos both always touch each other. You can't be away from cosmos. Understand this? Where your skin ends, exactly that is the spot time starts. Time is the skin of the cosmos. Time is the skin of the cosmos. How you have a nervous system which passes the thought currents inside you. Same way the cosmos has a nervous system which passes its decisions and thought currents, that is the space. Your skin is alive. Your nervous system keeps you living. The equivalent of your skin for the cosmos is time. Equivalent of your nervous system for the cosmos is space.
Listen carefully. Length, breadth, depth of a person is not he. The space he carries is he. When I say length, breadth, depth of a person, I speak in both the meanings. One, logic, heart, and cognition. Length, logic; breadth, heart; depth, cognition. This three does not really constitute a person. And length, breadth, depth of the size, shape. Size and shape does not constitute a person. That is why you fall in love with the size and shape, get frightened when you see the space. Get thoroughly terrorized. Getting mesmerized by the size and shape and getting terrorized by the space is called marriage. A full cycle of marriage is getting thoroughly mesmerized by the size and shape, length, breadth, depth, and getting thoroughly terrorized. I have seen some of the people getting terrorized by the marriage so strongly, they decide forever in any janma no marriage. A lot of people are deciding that. That is why more and more by birth the attitude and aptitude moves away from male female. Length, breadth, depth does not constitute a person. Understand, the space you carry decides who you are. Your polished vocabulary, your sophisticated poetic body language, your cute romantic behavior, you will not be able to keep all this consistently even if you are an amazing actor. No. No. Be very clear. The space you carry, its smell, its flavor comes out of you like energy. Like energy.
Many of the Indian restaurants use this as a tactic. They release a certain masala flavor. That whole area will have that masala flavor. The moment you enter that zone, you will feel like eating. That is also again like a marriage only. You go to the restaurant and you order what you want. Then when you see what the other person has, you always wish you had ordered for that. And the other person is feeling the same. And you can't even exchange the plate, owner will not allow. The smell, the flavor of your space, the flavor of your space is what I call Shakti. Understand? The explosion happening in your inner space is Shakti. Please listen. This is the good news for you. The moment you manifest even one Shakti, I have already entered into your inner space. If I have not entered in your inner space and made the connection, you will not be able to manifest Shakti, because all power manifestation has to start from space, not from depth. Understand that time is a non-existence power layer. It has no existence, like a length, breadth, depth. It is only when the space collides with the length, breadth, depth, the dust created is time. See, the length, breadth, depth is a mass. Space is a energy. When these two collides, the dust generated is the time. I can roughly compare it to the Vatavarana, the layer around the planet Earth. We call it Valimandalam in Tamil. In English, I think it's called atmosphere. Yes. See, it's like atmosphere. Length, breadth, depth and space, when they collide, the atmosphere created is time. It has no independent existence. If the length, breadth, depth moves away from the space, the time will not have its existence. Nithyananda Paramashivam.
Yes, Nithyanandam. How many of you are understanding the 11 dimensions now? In such a powerful explanation and revelation from Swamiji, right? Can all of you post who all understood this? Take a few minutes. Masali Shen, Mananda Shakti, Eleanor Mayer, Janet Shung, Mavani Goyal, come on. Okay, Lucy has posted a question. Question 2. Regarding the 25 different consciousness states, do they directly interact in a crisscross way with the 11 universal dimensions and for 25 Paramashiva action states? If so, how can we best use these combinations to manifest the life experience we want? For instance, how would we master sustaining ourselves in space-based creation while keeping in Jagrat, like a fully awakened state? Is strengthening our belief system enough for this, or it requires more? Wonderful question, Madhusi. First and foremost thing, these are the 11 dimensions are existential reality. This is how they exist. Sorry, is it because of my audio? Nityanandam? Nityanandam? Is this better now, or are you able to hear me better? Sound is clear but very low. So is this better now, Mahongzu? Please let me know if you all can hear me very clearly. Okay, wonderful. Listen to this carefully. See, what we are learning and what we are understanding is the existential real, like how, for example, you very clearly are seeing the things in length, breadth, and depth. There's like a clear dimension to it. Like if I had to see my hand, I very clearly see there is a length and there is a breadth and there is a depth. That's why I'm seeing my hand. So we see and perceive things in these clear dimensions. The states of consciousness are the state at which you exist to perceive the reality. Swamiji says a very important thing. Whenever you are in your dream state, you only see things in black and white. The colors are only added after you wake up. Sometimes there's a very clear, even in your dream state, when it is coming in colors, that means it's a vision. That's the way how you can differentiate between what's a dream and what's a vision for you. All right? So just give me a minute. Nityanandam. I hope now all of you are able to hear me clearly. This is better for everyone. Great, wonderful. So now listen to this carefully. The existence of all, see, whatever you're seeing, the length, breadth, depth, these are the dimensions that you're seeing, experiencing, correct? The state of consciousness you are in makes you experience different dimensions. For example, when you are in Shushupti, the deep sleep state, what dimensions are you going to be experiencing? Nothing. It's going to be because your eye consciousness itself would not be there. Am I right? Same way. When you are in Swapna, means the dream state, what would you be experiencing? In your own dimension, inside of you, the very world that you are creating, that's what you're going to be experiencing. Am I right? Like this, the states of consciousness that you are in determines the kind of dimensions that you are able to experience. Now, this does not mean you can't experience any other dimensions at all, or you can experience all the dimensions. No. The existence of the 14 lokas, like each of them exist in various different ways. Like, for example, the Gandharvas, they exist only with length and breadth, no depth. We may visualize it as probably as two-dimensional people, but the way they exist is completely different, beyond your very perception. Munis, they have a lot of length and depth, but no breadth. What does that mean? We won't be able to perceive it. Once you start going to the higher states of consciousness, you start having access to these dimensions. Are you understanding, Ma? Sometimes when you're sitting in deep meditation, or whenever you're sitting in the processes, initiations, suddenly another dimension opens up. Actually, so many people have had this powerful experience that they still travel, where Swamiji literally brings your ancestors to where you are, helps you meet them. Or sometimes you're raised to where your ancestors are, helps you meet them and experience that completion. Those times you are actually accessing these higher dimensions. You're actually getting in touch with the higher dimension beings. So that is how the 25 states of consciousness and these 11 dimensions work together. Right now, let's say that at least if you're listening to me fully, then you're in Jagrat state, or you're listening partially and simultaneously there's one more track going on in your mind. Probably you're in Jagrat Swapna state. I see some of you are laughing. Okay, at least that shows you're not in deep sleep state. See, understand? Now, when you are seeing from whatever state of consciousness, you are experiencing certain dimensions, right? Here, all of us experience the length, breadth, and depth. Now, when these crisscross with space, that is when you even have the experience of time. Now you will hear, okay, when you go to the Brahma Loka, when you are going to the Satya Loka or Swarga Loka, where the Devatas are living, you will hear so many Puranas where it says, or the references from scriptures, where it clearly states how that these dimensions, like one day in Brahma Loka is almost equal to 1 year for us. How many of you have heard this? So we are having, so these dimensions that all of us are experiencing is going to impact the experience that we have, how we cognize situations in our lives. How many of you are understanding? because the devatas are existing in a different state of consciousness, even the way time occurs to them is different. Are you all understanding this? I know it's a lot more deeper. You will actually start grasping this more and more and more. Are you all understanding? How many of you feel like, wow, Swamiji just took us through a new realm of existence itself? Can I request all Piotr Vajdaya and Sumit Agrawal, Naveen Reddy? Can I request all of you to type and post what you've understood? For how many of you this was like, wow, it's like the first time I'm hearing these things, and these are like it's blowing my mind. How many of you had that feeling? Manoj Talwar, Daniel, take a few minutes and post. I did. Wonderful. So now, Manoj Talwar, can you name, you're not going to tell me how many dimensions are totally existing and what are the unit dimensions? Come on, post it. Actually, all of you can post. Let's see who's posting first. What are the unit dimensions and totally how many dimensions exist? How many unit dimensions are there and totally how many dimensions exist? Okay, he has posted 11 dimensions. And how many unit dimensions? What are the unit dimensions? All of you can post. Come on. Fabio, Bruno, and Rowan Rishi. Okay, Sumit Agrawal has also posted. He has posted length, breadth, depth, time, and space. Manoj Talwar has posted logic, rhythmic logic, and depth are the 3 unit dimensions. Very good. See, length, breadth, depth, time, and space. All these 5 put together form the basic units. The ones that you have posted is right. These form the way how, like, these are the understandings that we are having about the dimensions. Like how beautifully Swamiji explained, time actually does not even exist. It is the crisscross between these 3 with space that dust formed is time. Okay, interesting. So lovely to see the depth from which each of you are understanding. Okay, I have many answers from the female side. Wonderful. Tanja Devarne is saying you did not understand the 11 dimensions very well. Don't worry. See, understand this carefully. Now, okay, you're able to see this. So now you see this as length, and then you have some breadth over here, and then there's a depth over here. Am I right? That's why you're able to see this 3-dimensionally. Now, if I draw the same thing, it'll come probably like one rectangle or probably like that in a 2-dimensional figure. Now, because there's some depth, you're able to see it with 3 dimensions. Am I right? So far, you're clear? Now, it is existing in a space and it has time that's acting upon it. This is what we all understand mathematically. We all exist with certain dimensions. The logic is our length dimension. The rhythmic logic, the emotions, your heart, that's your breath. The cognitions you carry, that is your depth. And the space that you carry, what kind of, like where all
these are happening, that is the space, both inside and outside. So that is the space dimension. Now, where these four crisscross, the dust that forms is time. Are you understanding, Ma? Ma Jnananjali? Tanja Devarni. See, it's actually every time how many of you have heard this like multiple times, yet every time you hear it, you have a new click. Mahongzu, the examples you just gave, I feel in this world itself, there are people live like that. There are people function mainly in length and breadth dimension. There are also people function mainly in higher dimensions. Are these observations my own projection? No, your understanding is right. Your understanding is precisely right, because that is why Swamiji says, when you go on and on cherishing the powerful cognitions, the depth in you increases. See, when the length goes on increasing, like you draw one as length, then you keep drawing that length again and again. When the length multiplies itself, it becomes breadth. When this length and breadth, when this breadth is multiplying itself, it becomes depth. Am I right? Just visualize it like more like a stack of paper. Like first you just put like one thin strip, that's like length. You go on multiplying it, you have breadth. You go on stacking a lot of sheets of paper, it becomes a depth. Now, any of these dimensions, when they multiply, you tap something extraordinary. You tap into the higher dimensions. That is why when you go on cherishing powerful cognitions, you suddenly open up to like a new dimension. You suddenly feel, how many of you here feel like as and when you cherish these powerful cognitions, certain manifest powers, you suddenly feel like, wow, I can actually create space and manifest my reality. Many times you feel like it's like this whole space is under your control. That means you are moving more and more towards your space dimension. Getting it? Many of you are understanding this. See, now these dimensions, see, once, that's why many times you'll feel like whenever you're spending, see, the time itself is going to be acting upon you in a different way. Like, that's how when Swamiji teaches about anti-aging, Swamiji tells how the cognitions you cherish decide how the age is going to be acting upon you, how time is going to be acting upon you. Now, all these things are interconnected. Getting it? Wonderful. Now, we are going to be understanding this science more deeply inside of us. What Swamiji is giving all of us is actually like extraordinary, very, very, very powerful revelations. You will not get this anywhere else. That's why it's like, even though you might have tried learning many scriptures, tried understanding it, even if you're an avid seeker, you would not be getting access to these sciences. It's like Paramashiva himself left all the agamas and all as his own notes. So now when he is incarnated again, he himself is decoding his notes. I mean, his notes only he can understand, right? That's why everything Swamiji gives us, Swamiji will always give us with a scriptural reference. So it's something what we are learning. All of these are extraordinary revelations from Swamiji. See, whichever dimension that you want to experience is completely under your control. Like Swamiji explained, length is more like the logic dimension of the cosmos, where using your logic, applying your logic, you grasp things. Everything that we know logically is the length dimension. Breadth is anything with creativity, emotions from your heart is breadth. And depth is cognition, the powerful cognitions that you manifest. That is depth. Now, each of these dimensions, each of these aspects of Paramashiva, whichever space that you manifest from, that dimension is what you are experiencing. You are radiating, you are tuning into. Are you all catching it? Length is logic dimension of the cosmos. Breadth is emotion, creativity. Depth is cognitions. All your beliefs, all your cognitions are from your depth. And time, we all know, space is the space in which all of them are meeting. Now, the permutation combinations of these is what are the 11 dimensions. The 11 dimensions which are length becoming breadth, breadth becoming depth, depth meeting time, and time merging into space and space. All of these put together are the 11 dimensions which make up the whole world that we see or that we participate in. Now, Swamiji explains here beautifully, right? Knowing that Sadashiva, Paramashiva is opening his own inner space to you. He is opening himself to you, saying, will you be me? Will you become me? Understanding with these 11 dimensions, the two important results you need to achieve is powerful cognitions and powers. You need to know these 11 dimensions only for these two. Just manifesting the powerful cognitions and manifesting the power. Listen very carefully. This 11 dimensions, playing with these 11 dimensions will enable you to manifest the higher dimensions of powers, the higher aspects of powers. Okay? Today, every one of you are going to be playing with this length, breadth, depth, time, space. If you just know, oh, length is just a logic dimension, breadth is the emotions, all creativity is from breadth, all creativity. Depth is your cognitions, the beliefs that you carry inside you about yourself. Now, you knowing that you can play in any of these dimensions and you can master these aspects, that makes you manifest powers. See, when you realize the powerful cognitions that whether it is length, breadth, depth, time, space, ultimately beyond all this, I exist. I can easily travel to length, breadth, depth, or time or space. When you come to that clear conclusion, when you understand and you bring that powerful conclusion within you, you manifest powers. Powerful cognitions becomes powers. Now, this is a very beautiful power that Swamiji has initiated. Length, whenever you understand that length is only limited to logic, when you connect from a higher frequency to the length dimension, from the space, when you just use your third eye, and when you know anything within the logic dimension of the cosmos is under your control, because you're Sadashiva, you're Paramashiva. When you come to that conclusion, you will operate in the length dimension, means you will immediately be able to see the answers for anything in the length dimension. Let's say, for example, Sumit Agarwal hai. If I randomly, let's say I ask you, okay, what is 559,000 times 675 crores? Now, logically, you may not know the answer for this. But when you realize, when you master the length dimension, anything under the category of logic will come under your control. Means you will be able to find out answer for all of these. That is what is these units and manifesting powers with these units. Actually, there are tons of references. Paramashiva precisely gives this technique in the Vijnana Bhairava Tantra. In the Shiva Samhita, he reveals this technique elaborately actually. Here we can see the verse. He says, Sanmatra matram abhyasam yah karoti dine dine sarva papa vinirmukto roganna sayate hi saha samvatsaraktrabhyasad bhairavo bhavati dhruvam animadiguna labdhva Jita Bhuta Gana Swayam. Paramashiva says that when the yogi continues to manifest the above powers of drinking nectar and manifesting the power over body physiology for 6 months, he becomes a Bhairava, the independent cosmic power of Sadashiva, who is the Lord of completion, time and space. He expresses the powers of Anima, etc., which are the 8 naturally superpowers in oneness with Bhairava, and by his own self conquers all the elements in length, breadth, depth, dimension, the Jita Bhuta Gana. You will just become the Jita Bhuta Gana, the one who has conquered these dimensions. There's a very beautiful reference for it. Actually, do you all know whether it is contributing to the number 0 or resolving some of the most complicated mathematical questions, formulas, equations, our rishis, enlightened masters gifted it to Hinduism? How many of you know that the 0 was discovered by Aryabhatta by Hindus? We contributed 0 to the whole mathematics field, and we know how revolutionary 0 was. It just changed the whole field of math completely to a different level. Understand? Similarly, another example from the recent past itself is Srinivasa Ramanujam, who is very, very well known. He is known as the man who knew infinity. He could download formulas, mathematical questions, answers to complicated formulas just by connecting to Devi. He mastered the whole length dimension. He is known, even recently there was a movie made on him. He's a very, very famous person, and he could download. He'll just connect any question asked him. He'll just connect. He'll say, okay, Namagiri Tayar will show me. He'll say, okay, Devi Mukur Mahalakshmi Namagiri Tayar. She will show me. He'll just close his eyes, see, pen down whatever Devi reveals, and he will always get the right answer. This is literally what is manifesting the length dimension means. In Swamiji's own life also, when Swamiji was just young as 9-10 years old, that time Swamiji had a darshan of Sri Yantra in his vision. Sri Yantra is one of the most complicated geometrical structures. And the moment he had the darshan of the Sri Yantra, he immediately rushed to his house, and like Swamiji says, he took the compass of his brother and he was able to etch the drawing of Sri Chakra on that, as we all can see in the picture here. This is how the manifestation happens. When you are mastering the length, breadth, and depth dimension, you will be able to do anything under the sky. Anything under the sky, you will be able to know. Logic dimension, you will be able to know. Okay, let's do one thing. Let's do it like a game. I request every one of you to please connect to one partner. You all can connect even amongst yourselves here in the chat. Connect to just any one of your partners and ask any random questions in math. Like, for example, someone can ask you, what is 555,000 minus 672,000? Or any random questions, fast. One question you should not take more than 30 seconds. Just see through the third eye, connect to Swamiji and play with it. See, only when you start playing, only when you start manifesting with these different dimensions of the cosmos, the different dimensions, you will be able to start mastering them. You will know anything under the length dimension comes easily, you can manifest. You'll be able to just play with these different dimensions. I request every one of you to connect to your partner. Please connect to your partner. Just see whatever is revealed in your inner space, share it with them. Do it like a game. You're not going to be certified. Nobody's going to give you credit, praise, fail if you don't do nothing like that. It is just you experiencing your Paramashivatva. So relax into that space and manifest it. Can I request every one of you to do it?
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham.
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham.
Now, as all of you are manifesting this, let us understand one of the most important aspects of today. What is Sadashiva? Who is Sadashiva? What does he represent? Let us listen to these revelations from Swamiji.
Creation, operation, rejuvenation, delusion, liberation. Please understand, Supreme cannot be just GOD, generator, operator, destroyer. Please understand, the Supreme, as per Sanatana Hindu Dharma, Bhagavan, Brahman, Sadashiva cannot be translated by the word God. The Western definition of God is generator, operator, destroyer. Only three aspects. The Hindu understanding of supreme reality is generator, operator, destroyer, deluder, and liberator. The major two aspects of life unfortunately was never grasped anywhere else other than this Saraswati Ganges civilization. Only the Saraswati Ganges civilization understood the world beyond seen. If you don't understand delusion, you can't understand beyond the four dimensions. You can't understand reality in its completion. God is not Sadashiva. Maybe I can contribute a new word, Godel. G-O-D-D-E-L. G-O-D-D-E-L. Godel. So Godel should be the word, not God. God is not Sadashiva. Sadashiva, Brahman, Bhagavan, all these words used in the Brahman used in Upanishad, Bhagavan used in Puranas, Sadashiva used in Agamas cannot be translated as God, God, used in Western theologies. Understand, these five aspects of Sadashiva in the manifest form is called Ishvara, unmanifest form is Avyakta. Even this five is only the manifest form
of Godel, Sadashiva. Understand, many Western traditions say the atheist traditions in the West say man made God in his mold. Some of the religious traditions in the West say God made man in his own mold. I say God, whether he made man in his own mold or not, I don't know. I don't know God. But I know Sadashiva, Godel. He did not make you in his mold. He made you in his own sea. Listen to this word. I am using the word sea. S-E-E. Not S-E-A. Listen to this word very carefully. See is an action. I wanted to say, when I see, one end is me, another end is you, another end is you, that's all. Because you are seeing with two eyes, what you are seeing, you can't absorb that into you. But I am seeing with the three eyes, what I see, I can absorb that into me. And I know it is my own other end. Understand, that is why I am using the word, not even seeing, see. I am giving you exact, literally what I wanted to convey. The relationship between you and Sadashiva. You are the see, not seen, seeing, see of Sadashiva. Listen, just now I made a statement. When you see through the third eye, whatever you see, you can manifest, manipulate as you want. It means what you see will be your own extension. It is you. See, if I can make my right hand bend, do whatever I want, I can do, means this is me. What you understand as me is what I convey through the word see. In you, the me is only materially which is connected to you. In me, me is what is connected to me even by see. Listen. For you, me means what is materially connected to you. For me, me means what is seely connected to me. I don't know how much you catch it. I'll just tell you this small story which really happened. Arunagiri Vishra was trying to explain Advaita to me. He was sitting in the temple. This side, his left side was the Arunachala hill. Right side was the Garbha Mandir of the Arunachala temple. The front I was sitting. Exact eyes you guys are having now when I say me is see. How you are? That is exactly the way I was looking at him. said, see this hill, this Arunachala, you, me, all one and the same. When he put the hand, of course, I was inside the hand. Literally I saw the hill just moving, the Garbha Mandir moving, me moving and disappearing. He, me, hill, Garbha Mandir, all disappearing into him. When experientially I saw whatever he was seeing, he is able to Photoshop it. He can just pick it up, put it, and if you say, I wanted to ask thousands of things and came to energization, the moment you hugged me, everything disappeared. Everything disappeared. I forgot. Some things I remembered later, some things I don't even remember. How many of you have this experience? Then you can understand what I am trying to tell. He just merged the whole thing. Listen. Sadashiva made all of us in his sea. Please do not alter the word. This is the Facebook status for all of you. Don't use seen, seeing, SEA, no. Sadashiva made all of us in his sea. Let the statement be understood as it is. Because you need to understand this concept that can be understood only by this grammatically wrong statement. If you understand all the 5 aspects, generation, operation, destruction, delusion and liberation, you are made as an extension of Sadashiva. As I said, Sadashiva made all of us into his sea. If you do not understand all the 5 aspects and are able to grasp only this generation, operation, destruction, you made God in your mold. Be careful. Are you worshipping man-made God or living as God-made man? Worshipping man-made God is so-called religions, and living as God-made man is Sanatana Hindu Dharma. For Sanatana Hindu Dharma, the ultimate is not GOD, generator, operator, destroyer, no. Ultimate is generator, operator, destroyer, deluder and liberator. If you don't understand delusion, even your understanding about generation, operation, destruction is too shallow, too poor. If you don't understand delusion and liberation, you are only chatting with God through the Facebook, and you will be thinking profile picture is the real picture.
Most of the time, it is not. It is not. The real picture is what is in Aadhaar card, not in profile picture. Only if you know delusion and liberation, you are seeing Sadashiva face to face. If not, it is like a relationship built through the Facebook, and when you see face to face, you will be shocked. Son was telling the dad, "Dad, I have 10 fake IDs in the Facebook." Dad said, "What's the problem? You can have it." "No. The Shalini whom you invited for tonight dinner is my fake ID." When you face Sadashiva directly, be prepared to face him. If you are living with the idea of just GOD without delusion and liberation, when you face him, this is what will be happening. Oh, listen. Guru, Dakshinamurti, is the best, most beautiful manifestation of Paramashivam. Listen. Paramashiva does 5 actions: creation, sustenance, rejuvenation, putting in delusion, and liberation. First 4, creation, he does by sitting in Brahmaloka. As a Brahma, he manifests and creates. Maintenance, he does by lying down in Paramapada as Parandama. Rejuvenation, he does as Maharudra in Kailasa, from Kailasa itself. Putting in delusion, he does through many of his forms, like Bhikshadana, all those forms he took just to put people in delusion. Liberation. For liberation, he always comes down to planet Earth. He has to assume human form. The form he assumes for liberation is Guru. Keeping liberation as a predominant activity, the form he assumes is Guru. From the young age, I was taught Arunachala Hill was not geography, it is biology. It's a living energy. I tell you, even now when I go to Tiruvannamalai, I don't wear slippers or shoes unless the body goes to too much samadhi and not the skin is not able to handle. Only then I wear. Otherwise, never. Because Arunachala is not geography for me, it is biology. Understand? By and by, seeing, remembering. Now Arunachala is a living energy for me. It's living mechanism for me. This 5 is living for me. Ganga, banyan tree in Bididi, Arunachala, the Indra Vimana of Madurai Meenakshi temple, the Garbha Mandir, Sundareshwara's Indra Vimana, it can go to Kailasa any time and come back to Madurai any time. Paramashiva uses the Indra Vimana, the Garbha Graha of Meenakshi temple even now to go to Kailasa and come back to Madurai. These 5, Ganga, Arunachala, the banyan tree in Bididi, our Kalpavriksha banyan tree, and the Indra Vimana of Meenakshi Sundareshwara's temple. 5th one I will not tell now. I'll reveal later. These 5 are living for me. Understand? From the young age, I know how geography is biology. So I know nothing happens mechanical existence way. Nothing happens mechanical existent way. Especially the level of like a creation, sustenance and all happens only if there is independent intelligence. I want you to know each of these phases, P-H-A-S-E-S, and phases, F-A-C-E-S, are independently intelligent, alive and supreme. Parama. They are not bound by anyone or under anyone. They are all independent intelligence, Parama, coexisting with a beautiful experience of oneness. The Ishana phase create liberation. Ishana phase is liberation. Is not under creation. Satyojata phase. Satyojata phase is not superior to Agora, the rejuvenation phase. Not one is superior or inferior to another. All of them are neither equal nor superior or inferior. They are all in oneness. Understand? Independently intelligent but existing in oneness. Meditate on this. Meditate on this. Don't think, oh, the statements doesn't make sense for me. Meditate on this. Listen. Satyojatam prapathyami satyojataya vai namo namaha. Listen. Listen like a Veda mantras. Meditate. When you meditate, the superficial, stupid, materialistic logic grooves got created in your brain will be cleaned, and real Parama logic, the multi-dimensional logic, grooves will start getting created. Understand, life is all about developing your brain which can grasp life, which can grasp the higher dimensions of life. Integrity is not supposed to be practiced. If you grasp the higher dimension of life, integrity will become such a sweet expression of your life. Man who is overflowing with energy manifests integrity. Like a rich guy wears nice dress, drives big car. Same way, man with high energy manifests integrity. Integrity is the abharana, the jewelry, glorifying decoration of high energy person. Grasp the higher existence through your brain, you will catch integrity. You will catch integrity. You will just manifest integrity. Integrity is the way legends live, the way legends sing poetry about their life. Understand? Legends, their life is a leela, a dance drama wrote in the space of the cosmos. The Krishna's life is a dance drama he wrote on the space of cosmos. That is why we call it Krishna Leela. The Sundareshwara's incarnation, when he comes down again and again, when he manifests again and again, whatever he does is dance drama. He writes on the space of the cosmos. Integrity is a dance drama performed by high energy beings. Catch the higher truths. Listen. Listen. When you understand the creation, sustenance, rejuvenation, pulling out of delusion, liberation, secrets of these 5 actions, you can see very clearly how a cell gets manifested and sustained and gets rejuvenated, gets into delusion and pulled out of delusion and liberation. How the whole thing happening in your body you can see. How the whole thing is happening in your life you can see. Understand. Even little understanding of the cosmos brings wow, 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 so much, such vast life is happening, such vast life is happening. And even if you feel that once a day, that is called recharging your consciousness. Even once a day during puja, if you feel that, wow, what a Paramashiva, what a guy is manifesting as my life in me. Just if you feel even once a day, 2-3 minutes, that's enough. You are done. Your life will be in such order. Such order. Everyday puja is like a recharging your consciousness. How you recharge your cell phone, your iPad, your computer, your electronical goods, same way recharging your consciousness is everyday puja, nitya puja. In the cosmic level, Paramashiva has 5 of his dimensions: creation, sustenance, rejuvenation, destruction and rejuvenation, putting in and pulling out of delusion, and liberation. All these 5. In your microcosmic life, in your pindanda microcosmic level, you play the same game. Every day, the new cells getting created, new organs getting manifested in your body is your creation. All of you need to know. Including your brain, everything gets newly created. New cells are created every minute, every second. This is your creation. In microcosmic level, in macrocosmic level, the planets which manifest planets are getting created. In microcosmic level, the cells are created. In the macrocosmic level, whatever is created is continuously getting sustained. In microcosmic level, the body you create is getting sustained. The life you manifest is getting sustained by you. You continuously breathing, inhaling and exhaling, keeping you alive is sustenance, maintenance in microcosmic level. In the macrocosmic level, destruction, rejuvenation, samhara is black holes swallowing big bangs. In the microcosmic level, the old cells getting killed and new cells getting formed is rejuvenation, samhara. In your body, in your microcosmic level, pindanda level. Same way, in the Brahmanda level, the delusion is cosmos creating deluges, pralayas to rejuvenate itself, clean itself. I told you, this year, not just corona, there are so many other natural calamities. To clean the collective negativity will happen. This deluge, pralaya, will clean up a lot of collective negativity. You can see the heat wave all over the world. All the Panchabhutas playing and aligning itself. In the cosmic level, this is the delusion, Throbhava going on. In the macrocosm, Pindanda level, you forgetting your existence as Paramashiva, higher reality, falling into the nightmares and going through, is the small scale Throbhava. Delusion in the Pindanda, microcosmic level you go through. In the cosmic level, Brahmanda level, liberation, anugraha is Paramashiva himself manifesting as this Nijavadara Nithyananda and making this Kailasa happen. And guiding all the beings in microcosmic level, Pindanda level, you receiving these powerful cognitions and liberating yourself from all these deluge by holding on to the Guru's feet is the liberation happening in you. Understand, whatever is happening in Brahmanda, macrocosm, is happening in your Pindanda, microcosm. So don't worry about your delusions. Don't be powerless about it. Don't try to work with the facts and figures externally. Don't try to work with the seen. Work on the seer.
Paramashiva's message directly from Sri Kailasa. Existence of Ishwaratva is nothing but the decision to own up the principle of creation, principle of sustenance, principle of rejuvenation, principle of delusion, principle of liberation in your existence. Understand? If you own up what you created, you sustained, you destroyed or rejuvenated, or you put yourself in delusion or freed from delusion, or from which you are liberated or liberating, want liberation. If you own up these 5 principles of your life, you become Ishvara for you. If you own up these 5 principles for a group of people, you become Kulapati to them, Ishvara to them. If you own up for a large number of people, you become Mandaleshwara. If you own up the same 5 principles for a Mahamandala, you become Mahamandaleshwara. If you own up these 5 principles for the whole universe, you become Ishvara of Brahmanda.
You can see Satyojata Murti. It intensely on Satyojata Murti. Satyojatam prabhatyami satyojataya vai namo namaha. Satyojatam prabhatyami satyojataya vai namo namaha. Bhave bhave nati bhave bhavasvamam bhavudbhavaya namaha. Satyojatam prabhatyami satyojataya vai namo namaha. Bhave bhave nati bhave bhavasvamam bhavudbhavaya namaha. Satyojatam prabhatyami satyojataya vai namo namaha. Satyojatam prabhatyami satyojataya vai namo namaha. Bhave bhave nati bhave bhavasvamam bhavudbhavaya namaha. Madevaya namo jyeshtaya nama sreshtaya namo rudraya nama kalaya nama कलविगरणाय नमो बलाय नमो बलविगरणाय नमो बलप्रमदनाय नमः सर्वभूतदमनाय नमो मनोन्मनाय नमः वामदेवाय नमो ज्येष्ठाय नमः श्रेष्ठाय नमः रुद्राय नमः कालाय नमः कलविगरणाय नमो बलविगरणाय नमो बलाय नमो बलप्रमदनाय नमो सर्वभूतदमनाय नमो मनोन्मनाय नमः ॐ नित्यानन्द परमशिवोऽहम् वामदेवाय नमो ज्येष्ठाय नमः श्रेष्ठाय नमः रुद्राय नमः कालाय नमः कलविगरणाय नमो बलाय नमो बलविगरणाय नमो बलप्रमदनाय नमः सर्वभूतदमनाय नमो मनोन्मनाय नमः अघोरमूर्ति अघोरेभ्यो घोरघोरधरेभ्यः सर्वेभ्यः सर्वसर्वेभ्यो नमस्ते अस्तु रुद्ररूपेभ्यः अघोरेभ्यो घोरघोरधरेभ्यः अघोरेभ्यो घोरघोरधरेभ्यः सर्वतः सर्वसर्वेभ्यो नमस्ते रुद्ररूपेभ्यः ॐ ॐ ॐ अघोरेभ्यो अघोरघोरधरेभ्यः सर्वतः सर्वसर्वेभ्यो नमस्ते रुद्ररूपेभ्यः अघोरेभ्यो अघोरघोरधरेभ्यः सर्वतः सर्वेभ्यो नमस्ते रुद्ररूपेभ्यः। तत्पुरुषाय विद्महे महादेवाय धीमहि तन्नो रुद्र प्रचोदयात्। तत्पुरुषाय विद्महे महादेवाय धीमहि तन्नो रुद्र प्रचोदयात्। तत्पुरुषाय विद्महे महादेवाय धीमहि तन्नो रुद्र प्रचोदयात्।
பூஜை வேண்டும் என்னாலும் அது மறைவேதம் சொன்ன சொல்லாகும். மதுரையிலே இன்று மன்னவனாய் கையிலை மலை தலைவன் நின்றான். தனக்கென தானே ஆலயம் கண்டு தனையே பணிந்தான் சிவபெருமான். பொன்னே தந்தாலும் பொருளே வந்தாலும் இறைவனை மறப்பது சரியாகுமா? நடுவூரில் நின்ற ஒரு தெய்வம், அது நலம் வாழ வைக்கும் சிவரூபம். எம்மையிலும் நன்மை தரும் தெய்வம், அது தென் மதுரை நின்ற குல தெய்வம். சிவமயமே என் அருகினிலே மன
ईशानः सर्वविद्यानाम् ईश्वरः सर्वभूतानाम् ब्रह्माधिपति ब्रह्मणोऽधिपति ब्रह्मा शिवो मे अस्तु सदाशिवोम्। ईशानः सर्वविद्यानाम् ईश्वरः सर्वभूतानाम् ब्रह्माधिपति ब्रह्मणोऽधिपति ब्रह्मा शिवो मे अस्तु स एव सदाशिव ॐ। सदाशिव ॐ। सदाशिव ॐ। Now, connect with Sadashiva. Satyo jatam prabhatyami satyo jataya vai namo namaha. Bhave bhave nati bhave bhavasvamam. Bhavodbhavaya namaha. Vamadevaya namo jyeshtaya nama. Sreshtaya namo kalaya nama kalavigaranaya namo balavigaranaya namo balaya namo balapramadhanaya nama sarvabhuta damanaya manonmanaya namaha. Vamadevaya namo jyeshtaya nama. Sreshtaya namo rudraya nama kalaya nama kalavigaranaya namo balavigaranaya namo balaya namo balapramadhanaya nama sarvabhuta damanaya namo manonmanaya namaha. अघोरेभ्योऽतघोरेभ्यो घोरघोरतरेभ्यः सर्वेभ्यो सर्वसर्वेभ्यो नमस्ते अस्तु रुद्ररूपेभ्यः तत्पुरुषाय विद्महे महादेवाय धीमहि तन्नो रुद्र प्रचोदयात्. तत्पुरुषाय विद्महे महादेवाय धीमहि तन्नो रुद्र प्रचोदयात्. अघोरेभ्योऽतघोरेभ्यो घोरघोरतरेभ्यः सर्वेभ्यो सर्वसर्वेभ्यो नमस्ते अस्तु रुद्ररूपेभ्यः तत्पुरुषाय विद्महे महादेवाय धीमहि तन्नो रुद्र प्रचोदयात्. ईशानः सर्वविद्यानाम् ईश्वरः सर्वभूतानाम् ब्रह्माधिपति ब्रह्मणोऽधिपतिर् ब्रह्मा शिवो मे अस्तु सदाशिवो. ओम ओम ओम.
connect with Paramashiva, Maha Sadashiva. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. शृणुत ब्राह्मणाः सर्वे गुह्याद् गुह्यतरम् परम् अस्ति मेरोर्उदग्बाघे महाकैलासपर्वतः साम्बस्य सगुणस्यायम् सभक्तस्येन्दुमौलिनः संवासे योजनानाम् च 20 कोटिप्रायतः दौहद्यमेतद्विगुणम् असय ज्ञेयम् द्विजोत्तमः नवरत्नमयम् तस्य मध्ये शिखरमुत्तमम् तत्रालयम् महेशस्य नानारत्नविचित्रितम् प्रकारकोपुराट्टाल वलबीभिर्विराजितम् तदा सिंहासने तत्र महान् शम्भुः सदाशिवः प्रफुल्लः कमलोल्लास पञ्चविंशन्मुखज्ज्वलः धृतनानायुयोद्भासी 50करमण्डितः प्रफुल्लरक्ताम्बुजाट्ट श्रीनाभ्याम् श्रीयुगपाज्ज्वलः विचित्ररत्नखचितः भूषणैरभिभूषितः अनेककोटिसूर्याभः परमानन्दविग्रहः अप्राक्तकृततनुः श्रीमान् लक्ष्यलक्षणवर्जितः यतो वाचो निवर्तन्ते अप्राप्य मनसा सह गंगाश्रय जटाचूट चंद्ररेखा विभूषितः भस्मोद्धूलित सर्वांग व्यालयज्ञोपविता वीदवान् कपालमालाधारी च व्याक्रचर्माम्बरावृतः प्रतिवक्त्रम् त्रिनयनः भक्तसर्वार्थसिद्धितः प्रसार्य दक्षिणम् पादम् कुञ्जयित्वेदरम् पदम् अभयम् चक्रचूले च डङ्गबाणौकताम् भजे कट्कतोमरशक्तिश्च परशुः सुप्रासपञ्चपान् हलाङ्कुशाक्षमालाश्च शुरिकाम् ध्वजदण्डकौ वज्रकुण्डासितम् श्राश्च ग्रहम् च पिण्डिपालकम् 25 तथा नो दक्षिणैश्चुभैः वरसावौ मृगम् शङ्खम् केडपाशव परश्वतान् मुत्करम् डमरुम् गण्डाम् रुद्रवीणाम् च पुस्तकम् कपालमुण्डकट्वाङ्ग कुशुण्डीपरिधानभिः पालम् भट्टसंवेत्रम् कमण्डलूहुदासनौ कर्तरीम् मुसलम् पिच्छम् पिप्रत्वामैस्तथा करैः
महान् सदाशिवस्योऽयं राजते तत्र पर्वते। ॐ नित्यानन्द परमशिवोऽहम्। 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 ॐ नित्यानन्द परमशिवोऽहम्।
please relax. Slowly, very slowly, please open your eyes. I request all the participants, every one of you, to please relax. All right. Now, understand, experiencing these 5 phases of Paramashiva, these 5 dimensions of Paramashiva, the 5 phases, Srishti, Sthiti, Samhara, Trobhava, Anugraha. He eternally graces us in this supremely auspicious form. Now, all of you sitting here that did the meditation process, how was the process for all of you? How did you all enjoy the process? How was the meditation for you all? When Swamiji literally chants the Dhyana Shloka, how many of you were able to actually experience that dimension of Paramashiva? Can I request everyone to post? Okay, I'll just tell one very quick thing over here. During the initiation, right? Whether you understand the Sanskrit chants or not, don't worry about that, because the speciality of Sanskrit, and especially when it comes from the mouth of an avatar, is that just by the vibrations it creates, it leaves a very powerful impact in your system. So you might not understand the language as such, but please understand the impact, the effect that it will have on you will be something tremendous and phenomenal. Now, we all understood about Sadashiva. Who is Sadashiva? What does Sadashiva represent? Understand Srishti, Sthiti, Samhara, Trobhava, Anugraha. These 5 phases of Sadashiva, when he sits, Sadashiva is Paramashiva, Mahadeva, Shiva, Sadashiva, Mahasadashiva. All of them are one and the same. Please understand, Shiva, Mahadeva, Paramashiva, all of them are one and the same. It's the same form. It is just the different, when Paramashiva does the Panchakrityas, he does it as Sadashiva. When Paramashiva has the 5 faces and he manifests as Sadashiva.
See, a very beautiful thing in this that we all need to understand is every action of Paramashiva is considered as an incarnation. See, whenever Vishnu comes down, every time he assumes a body, it is considered as an incarnation, as an avatar. For Paramashiva, every action he does, he cuts the head of Brahma, he's known as Brahma Shiracheda Murti. He lifts his leg and dances, he's known as Sadanratta Murti. He does the Panchakritya, creation, sustenance, rejuvenation, and pulling out of delusion and liberation. He is called as Sadashiva Murti. And in this form, you will see Paramashiva with 5 faces. So this is the form called as Sadashiva Murti, whose darshan today we all are going to be receiving.
And now, before we enter into the further discussions, I have a very, very exciting announcement to all the participants. In just a very short span of time, we are all going to be receiving the darshan of this very form of Paramashiva as Sadashiva Murti. All of you that are sitting here right now, today, through the darshan, every one of us are going to be receiving the initiation to be able to travel to the parallel universes, to be able to travel to the vertical time zones and parallel universes. We all learned about the vertical time zones, right? Today, you're going to have a very, very exciting initiation where Swamiji is going to be lifting you up to the Pitraloka, where you will be meeting your ancestors. So we are going to be entering into the darshan preparation. We request all the participants, everyone, to please start gathering and settle down. Very soon, we are going to be entering into the darshan preparation. The darshan is at 7 p.m. New York time. So we have very less time. We request all the participants, all the male bodies, female bodies, everyone, please start coming and settling down in front of the cameras. Ma Jillian is posted, she's still vibrating because of the meditation. Wow. Beautiful. And Ma Mohini Lata saying, "Ma, I did not even close my eyes, but I felt so much energy and I went into deep space of Sadashiva." Understand, Ma, whenever you are sitting in the presence of an avatar, when Swamiji is taking us through this process, he is literally awakening us to these higher dimensions. He's literally taking us to understand these higher dimensions of Paramashiva. So today, the most important aspect, we're all going to be receiving a very, very powerful process where Swamiji will be infusing a certain energy into us and he will be raising us to the higher consciousness. He will be raising us to the highest frequency where we will be receiving, we will be able to access the higher dimensions, the Pitraloka, where you will be going and you will be able to meet your ancestors, you will be able to understand, where they exist, how they are, all of that. Yes. So now, today, see, we learned about the 14 lokas, correct? In each lokas, how we exist, in each of the planes, where, in what form we exist in. We learned about the 25 states of consciousness. Now, we are all going to be preparing for today's initiation. And I'd like to remind all the participants, if you have the pictures of your ancestors for today's initiation, you will have to bring the pictures of your ancestors, whomever you want to meet. The pictures of the ancestors, please bring them and please keep them. You're going to be traveling to the Janaloka, that is where the Pitraloka is, and you will be receiving the initiation. You will be meeting the ancestors there. All right. So I request all the participants, every one of you here, to please get ready with the photos, and very, very shortly we're all going to be entering into the darshan preparation. Now, let us all understand about what happens after a soul departs and where they are. And we'll also be learning about a very powerful way, one of the powerful ways through which you can liberate your ancestors.
Listen. Multiple universes, planes exist. That's the first thing. Pitraloka is true. When you leave the physical body, you carry your Karana Sarira, the causal body, your deep-rooted patterns, and reach the Pitraloka and live. I am not lying to you when I say, if your generations give you the Shraddha and Pinda only, you will be happy and have a social respect. Pitraloka exists. It is true. You are not accidental. evolution of some biological permutation combination, good or bad, right or wrong. No. You are a conscious manifestation to celebrate, live your existence on this plane and in higher planes, vertical time zones. Other religions talk only about one birth and they have their own solutions and all that. Hinduism is very clear. If you are a born Hindu, the greater science of life, the truth of the cosmos is this. Stop being criminally negligent. Learn to keep your next 7 generation Hindus and living, practicing Hindus. They should give proper Shraddha, Pindadarpana to you. Only then you are going to be in peace in the Pitruloka. Only with the deep completion, listen, only with the deep completion, you even become one being. Without completion, you can't even be one being. Please listen. Please come to the space of listening. Listen. Many times, even you do not know what you want to achieve in the life. You do not know what is the purpose of life. How many of you cognize you are in that state? Raise your hand. It is just because of incompletions. See, it's like each part of your incompletion claims I am you. For example, if your name is Sundaram, each part of the broken you claims I am Sundaram, I am Sundaram, I am Sundaram. And who screams loudly you think he is Sundaram. Each broken part goes on claiming I am you, I am you, I am you. And one of the worst thing is, one part of you spends so much of energy to disprove the other part is not you. So finally, whoever wins, whoever loses, who is the loser? You. One part of you winning is not you winning. Even if one part of you wins, you are the loser. Unless your whole wins, you are a loser. Unless you heal yourself and bring yourself to completion, please listen. Nirahara Samyama. All great spiritual practices, spiritual process, everything, all great spiritual practices and all great spiritual processes, everything, the purpose is for you to become one, for you to become complete, integrated. The whole civilization, the whole spiritual tradition is suffering just because of not having completion with one another. We do not have completion with one another.
That is the most unfortunate thing. Neither we have completion with ourselves, nor we have completion with one another. The broken parts of us goes on abusing one another. In those days, fortunately, in Gurukul itself, the science of completion is taught. Kids grow as a complete being. But there is one unfortunate thing. We put all the eggs in one basket. Means all the best things, we put it in one thing, that is Gurukul. So when the enemies attacked the Gurukul, and when the enemies destroyed the Gurukul system, the whole thing got destroyed. The whole thing disappeared. In a way, the good thing is in the Gurukul system itself, all the right lifestyle is given. One bad thing is, when that system got attacked and destroyed, the whole thing got destroyed. The one and only way we can revive, bring the science of completion to everyone. Let the science of completion be brought to the mass. Understand? Whether he is a construction worker working for daily wages, or the IT engineer, or the lawyers, doctors, whatever may be, when you bring completion, so much happens to your system. To tell you honestly, I can't even explain all the benefits completion can bring to you. When you complete continuously, one more thing, completion is not one-time process. It should be taken as a continuous lifestyle. It should be taken as a continuous lifestyle. Understand? Vedic civilization is established on completion. And people who are dead, we go on completing. Shraddha is nothing but completing with the people who are dead, diseased. Every step in our life we go on complete. That is why we do Maheshwara puja to complete with all the departed souls. Maheshwara puja was done in the Vedic civilization, where enlightened masters and incarnations complete with the departed souls. In Vedic tradition, everything is dependent on completion. Only if you start living completion, you will understand the quality of life. I tell you, when there is an incompletion, your life is stolen away from you. When the completion happens in you, you regain your life. Let me define completion. Completion is removing the delusion of incompletion, which makes you cognize the other is separate from you. The delusive cognition. Understand? Incompletion has no existence. It is only a delusive cognition. Incompletion is the delusive cognition that stands between you and the whole. Complete with everything. I'm spending a little more time now in astrobiology and studying. The more I study the astrobiology, more I am convinced life is not restricted to inanimate forms. Life is happening in everything. Maybe in a frequency where it is not recognized by you. But everything as life, complete with everything. I tell you, completion, state of completion is the best way to prepare yourself for life, and completion is the best way to prepare for death. Just the completion. I tell you, with the process of completion, you can cure as simple as your headache. You can achieve relief from the headache. Even this simple thing can be done through completion. Please understand, I am talking with responsibility that I am on national channel now and international channel. Please listen. Come to the space of listening. Completion can help you to achieve extraordinary mystical powers. I am not promoting any superstitiousness. I am not promoting any superstition. When you complete with everything, with animate, inanimate, with everything, you will experience the space of non-duality, Advaita, the space of oneness. If you want to celebrate, start with completion. See, relationships are nothing but your own extensions. Relationships are not outside, they are just your own extensions. The you extended outside you is your relationships. You will learn to complete the incomplete you present in the other. Completion, completing with every relationship you have in the life. Please understand, completion does not mean only completing with your wife, husband, friend, family. Everything which is in your life, the trees, pets, furnitures you use. You think, furnitures I use, they're all dead, how can I complete with them? See, complete and see. Then you will understand how you feel about them and they feel about you. With everything you can complete. When you experience being one with that, completion with the tree, animal, plant, everything happens. Pranam Swamiji, from the other day's comments about cause and effect and Shraddha, Maheshwara puja, it seems that completion with the departed souls also may lead to reducing the karmic account between the departed souls and I. Is this understanding correct? I'll say your understanding is correct, but I would like to add some more things to your understanding. Sometime this karmic debt stays in you so heavily, even with so many of your completion, still in the heart you continue to carry some incompletion. At that kind of moments, at that kind of situations, the completion with the departed souls through Shraddha. There are few places in India well known for that energy, both Gaya. In Gaya, where Buddha became enlightened, there is a huge, beautiful Vishnu temple. There it is, the Vishnu's feet are worshipped. The place is well known for the energy of Pinda Shraddha, completion with the departed souls. And Badri, in Badrigashram when you do Shraddha, Brahma himself receives in his Kapala. Brahma Kapala. Kala Bhairava himself receives having Brahma Kapala. Please understand. When you give in Badrigashram, Kala Bhairava holding Brahma's skull receives the Pinda and offers it to Vishnu, where all the three are connected. So in Badrigashram or Gaya, both Gaya, or in Manasarovar, these are the places you can offer the Shraddha. Please understand, it really does the completion in the level of biomemory. In the level of biomemory. Take enough time, do completion with them and offer the Shraddha. It does completion in the level of biomemory itself. So, I'll sincerely encourage every human being to do completion with the departed souls. So that the people living now, you and your next generation can experience the joy of completion. And I also declare, in US, our Ohio temple will specially radiate the energy on the banks of Ganga and Yamuna and Saraswati in Prayag. Anybody does Shraddha in our Ohio temple, Ohio Prayag temple, it will be received directly by Kala Bhairava through his Brahma Kapala and offered to Vishnu. It will reach your elders, the departed souls. Ohio Prayag will radiate this special energy of helping and supporting you in completing with the departed souls. That place has that ambience. You have to do the Shraddha and take bath in that river. Sangam.
The next question is from Inner Awakening ID number 284, Brendan, who's asking, if we are all cleansed of all karma, does this mean that when we do something that causes karma, do the consequences come much sooner, if not instantly? In a normal situation, what makes instant karma happen? Why does certain karma carry over for long period of time?
Let me read the question bit by bit. If we are cleansed of all karma, does this mean that when we do something that causes karma? Listen. Once you do completion, your actions does not produce any more karma. Karma is nothing but the actions out of incompletion leads to more incompletion. For example, if you eat ice cream out of incompletion, that becomes a deeper pattern. But after you do completion, the same ice cream will not become a big pattern in you. It may just be in the level of habit, that's all, not pattern. Casual habit, not pattern. Understand, the more completion space you carry, less impact you create as karma. For example, out of incompletion, deep greed, when you take ice cream, the pattern you create is like a carving on the stone, which will stay forever. Out of completion, you complete with that pattern. Why you start this ice cream pattern? Maybe just to tell your friends you are richer than others. So you buy the big ice cream, before you eat, show it to everybody, by the time it melts away. You would have done something like that. That is, from there only the pattern would have started. After you complete, even if you eat the same ice cream, the pattern you create will be like a writing on the water. It won't even stay for few seconds. And one more thing you need to know, when you are in completion, if you do any karma, the consequences will not be coming much sooner. There won't be any consequences. There will not be any consequences. But the space you carry will have consequences. That will happen immediately. Immediately it will happen. Instantly it will happen. So, this instant karma is nothing but the space you carry after the completion. It is just because of the incompletions you carry. The more incompletions you carry, karmas reside in you, and you carry it over for a long period. Listen, carrying it over for a long period does not mean the effect comes very late. No, effect is continuously coming. Continuously suffering. So, the instant karma, effect of karma, everything is based on the space you carry. The space you carry.
At the end of the life, because of Shiva Diksha and your grace, I would have a chance to either assume a body or merge with you. So can I make that decision right here, right now, instead of waiting for those 3 kshanas?
Tomorrow, during the death process, you can make the decision. I will record that as your will, even if you get imbalanced. I can do that.
Exactly my problem.
That is what I am saying.
Just in case something.
That is what. Tomorrow, we will be going through the death process. Before that, I will tell you, at that time, you make this as your declaration. So I will record that into your system such a way, even if you forget everything, this will stand up and guide you into that path by force.
So by default, yes.
It's possible.
Perfect. Next question is, Swamiji, that for my grandparents, they don't understand English. So for them, would it be better that I do Maheshwara puja after they departed? Or
I think, if they, you see, you can do Maheshwara puja only to yourself when you are alive. You can't do anybody else who is alive. Don't do that mess. Please understand, you can do sankalpa in Maheshwara puja only to yourself who is alive. No, you cannot give Maheshwara puja to any other living person. Clear? Shraddha can be given only to a person who has left the body or to yourself. Swashraddha is okay. Or only for the Pitrus who left the body.
So how?
Not for the Pitrus who are still alive. No. They can do it for themselves. See, your grandparents can give their own name and do sankalpa in their own name for themselves. But you cannot do for them.
So I bring them here for Maheshwara puja. That is possible.
They will have to do.
It's going to make sure they are secure.
You asked because it happened once. They put all the photographs of the people who are supposed to do the receive the Maheshwara puja pinda, and I picked up the pinda and I made a sankalpa. I am offering pinda to all of them, liberate all of them, and I am about to put the food in the mouth. Kalabhaiva just puts the trishul. Hey, there is one fellow who is not yet dead. Shall I kill him and take the? No, he is asking. Shall I kill him and take the pinda? I said, come on, wait. Then I have to get all the photos out and thoroughly check who is the fellow who is not dead and put the photo has been put here. They said, Swamiji, I am not able to cut. It's a group photo of pin. So this person is still alive. So I put it in the... So please do not. Especially when I am doing some ritual, it is real, please. No, it really happened. And then I have to tell Kalabhaiva, wait. It is mistake. Almost like in 2 seconds got saved. Because I already let all these people who are in the Pitruloka, and I have already, almost I am completing. He said, shall I take him and give the...
This one incident sums up the power of initiation, the power of being in the avatar's presence. When Swamiji tells he is going to take us to the Pitruloka, he is literally, when I say literally, like physically going to take us to the higher planes, the Pitruloka. What we all listen to right now is one of the most unique and the most powerful rituals of Hinduism, the Maheshwara puja. It's one of the oldest recorded rituals in Hinduism, where just by offering the pinda to the Guru, he liberates all the ancestors. Whether you are having many times when our ancestors leave the body, Swamiji explained a very important truth. Swamiji said every relationship that leaves the body, there are two aspects that exist. One is their physical relationship, like, physically that person, their them being there alive in the body. Second is a part of them, your memories about them, your incompletions with them, the samskaras, the patterns that you carry with them, bondage you carry with them, all of them exist in you. That is attachment. So these two also needs to be liberated after a person leaves the body. But if you still have this attachment incompletion, no matter in whichever birth they are in, this is going to have an impact on them. Maheshwara puja is a very, very powerful way where Swamiji will liberate. Swamiji will, like, just by consuming that pinda, Swamiji liberate those beings in whichever loka, whichever plane they are in. Actually, this last incident Swamiji just shared with all of us is a very, very powerful one. But we have, whenever I talk about Maheshwara puja, it reminds me of a very, very powerful experience of one of the devotees. How he experienced the Maheshwara puja initiation. But before that, I just wanted to remind all the participants, in just a very, very short time, we're all going to be entering into the darshan. I request all the participants, every one of you, to please start settling down. Please come. Be seated in front of the cameras. And we request all the participants to, if you have any of your friends, family members who just lost their loved ones, or in the recent past, they just had someone passing away in their family, and they're still experiencing that sadness, they're still missing, please make sure you are inviting them. Please call them, please bring them, make sure that they're all there. Do not miss today's initiation is something too powerful. At no cost, it should be missed. Can I request all the participants, every one of you here, to just take a few minutes? Come on, Navi Gillaya and Zach Medaya, Sumit Agarwalaya. Can I request every one of you to take a few minutes? Reach out to any of your friends, family members. Just invite them. They coming, not coming is secondary, but you take a step from your side to invite them. Share with them about today's initiation. Understand, so many times these incompletions sit inside of us, and constantly they make us decide, make life negative decisions, which does not just affect us, but also adversely impacts the being in that other loka, whichever plane that the other person is in. Anthony Musita, Nithyanandamaya, Anthony Musita, are you here for the first time? Very nice to see you sincerely sitting and listening. Anthony Musita, if I'm pronouncing your name correctly. Could you please share with me, let me know where you are coming from and where you're watching us from? So I'll just share this one incident. It's a very, very powerful incident. There was one devotee from Chennai. Okay, Chennai is a place in Tamil Nadu in India. And he had come to attend the Inner Awakening programs. This happened somewhere around 2014, 2015 time. And he had come to Bidadi. Swamiji physically used to conduct the Inner Awakening programs back there in Bidadi. So he had come to attend this Inner Awakening program. And as we all know, every Inner Awakening, there is one Maheshwara puja that happens. Swamiji himself does the Maheshwara puja and he liberates the ancestors. So what happened is this devotee's wife had passed away. She had some this thing and she had passed away. And this devotee was very, very, very attached to his wife. Like he could literally not live without her. And when the wife had passed away, it deeply impacted this devotee who was attending the Inner Awakening. So what he started doing was, he started going to a medium. Like we all have these medium who will communicate to the souls and all, right? So he used to go to one particular medium and he used to communicate to his wife continuously. He used to keep calling her and, he used to keep speaking to her. And this used to keep happening. And during Maheshwara Puja, when he heard about this Maheshwara Puja, he made this Maheshwara Puja offering, and this was happening in Bidadi, right? So he made this Maheshwara Puja offering, and right after offering the Maheshwara Puja, he didn't tell anyone that he's offering Maheshwara Puja. None of his family members knew, and nobody knew other than him from his family's side that he's offering Maheshwara Puja. All right. So he attends Inner Awakening. He finishes offering Maheshwara Puja. Then he gets a thing. He wants a confirmation because he already, after his wife departed also, through a medium, he used to go and interact with his wife, right? So he wanted to confirm and check if his wife is liberated, what is happening with her. Okay. This is the most, oh my God, I just get goosebumps even if I think about this. So he goes back to the medium and he's not told anybody that he's offered Maheshwara Puja, but Swamiji liberates and everyone who the Maheshwara Puja has been offered to. So this devotee went back to the medium and he said, I want to connect to my wife. So the same way like how he used to connect before, the medium also, like he did whatever the process is, and his wife came. And even before this devotee could tell anything to that departed soul of his wife, the wife said, he asked, so this devotee basically asked, how are you? And the wife said, I am resting in peace in the feet of that she pointed out to the dollar, Swamiji's dollar that he was wearing. And she said, I am in complete peace. I am resting at his feet. And she pointed to Swamiji. She didn't even know, nobody even knew that he had offered Maheshwara puja. Nobody knew. But this soul comes to the medium and she tells, I am living in complete peace. I am in the feet, at the feet of him. And she points out to the dollar of Swamiji's. This devotee was like shocked. He had no words. He was so fulfilled. He knew that that being is completed, that being is liberated. He was so fulfilled by it, and he was shocked because he had not told anyone. So there's no possibility of anyone even guessing or knowing that, this person has been offered Maheshwara puja for. The moment he asked, this is the response the soul gives. And he was shocked. Immediately he came back to Bidadi and to the ashram, and he came back to Swamiji during the darshan. He told Swamiji, this is what happened. Then Swamiji just laughed and he said, don't worry, I have liberated her. Don't disturb her being. Now that you know she is at my feet, let her be. She's very peaceful. She's resting in my feet. Understand, when we say the souls are liberated, it is as real as you experiencing physical healing. Our ancestors, they do leave the body. When they all leave the body, they go to Pitruloka. And when they go to the Pitruloka, they're all stationed there. And when Swamiji offers the Maheshwara puja, when he says, I am liberating them, they immediately, instantly get liberated. Ma Diana Spilo was saying, wow. Understand, Ma, so many of you here are today bringing your ancestors' photos. Today, every one of them, you are going to meet. When Swamiji says you're going to be directly lifted to the Pitruloka to meet your ancestors, they are going to be meeting your ancestors. So please understand, every one of you that are sitting here, you are going to be experiencing, traveling to the higher planes, astral travel. Okay, Ma Nitya Priyesha is asking, will I be able to access ancestors if they assume another body? How to know if they are in Pitruloka, Ma? Ma, you will be able to meet the ancestors who have left the body and who are in the Pitruloka. And many times, when even if they are in another body, let's say your grandfather or great-grandfather, one of them have left the body, they're existing in another body. But when you connect to that ancestor, like I explained, there is one part of them which exists in you. That is what we call as attachment, correct? Their bondage. Now, when you do this process, when Swamiji lifts you up to the Pitruloka, when you experience completion with those beings in whichever bodies they are in, they will experience that liberation. You will experience that completion. It is not just physically just seeing them. Even whatever bondage, attachment you carry inside of you towards them is also liberated. So even if they are in the physical body, you will still be able to liberate that attachment, incompletion that you carry inside of you, or whatever, that emotional bondages that you carry inside of you. All that will be completely liberated. Wonderful. Okay, Ma. And a lot of you are having questions. You all can post. Any of you having question can ask.
All of you would be able to, whoever wants to offer this will be able to offer it. Actually, now this upcoming Amavasya, we are having a special Maheshwara Puja where Swamiji will be blessing the departed souls and liberating them. So whoever wants to offer Maheshwara Puja, you can sign up. The link is projected for all of you. I'm just going to take you all through how to sign up. And the moment you sign up, our team would reach out to you and help you with the processes. It can be anyone, but this, like as Swamiji had mentioned, this should not be offered to anyone that is living in the body. If you want to offer to yourself, that is okay, but you cannot offer it to someone who's alive. You can only offer it to someone who has left the body. So if any one of you have some near and dear one who had passed away, it can be recently or it can be even few years before. If you are wanting to offer Maheshwara Puja for them, you can go ahead and you can offer. We'll actually show you how to do this offering. You all can go to the page events.kailasa.org/payment. Our support desk team will be posting this link to all of you. events.kailasa.org/payment. And once you go to that link, you can just click here saying you came to know about this offering through the program. And here you can put it as just put program or just acharyas. And choose the status as waiting for bank details. And here in the purpose of transfer, choose Maheshwara Puja.
Sorry for the technical glitch. So Maheshwara Puja and today's initiation are two different things, just to clarify, because some of you are asking. Maheshwara Puja is what all of us learned and listened to about just now. Maheshwara Puja is a ritual through which Swamiji is going to be liberating all your ancestors, anyone that you offer for. And this Maheshwara Puja will be happening during this program on the next upcoming every Amavasya and every Paurnami. There is Maheshwara Puja. The next Maheshwara Puja will be happening on the 16th of August. In 10 days from now, the next Maheshwara Puja will be happening. If any of you would like to offer this Maheshwara Puja and you would like to experience that liberation, you want to make sure your ancestors are liberated and they are completely complete wherever they are, whichever form they are in, then go ahead. You all can sign up for Maheshwara Puja. And now, today's initiation is where you will be traveling to the Pitru Loka and you will be meeting your ancestors. Each of you have got pictures of your ancestors, right? I can see so many of you sitting with the pictures of your ancestors. Today, through the initiation, Swamiji will be taking us to the Janaloka. The Janaloka is where Pitrus exist. We all learned about the vertical time zones. And today, through the initiation, you will be able to meet your ancestors. Sherry Gav is asking, ancestors are grandparents or uncles, aunties and relatives? Everyone, ma. Anybody who has left the body. There is no need to fill out the form for today's initiation. You do not need to fill out the form for today's initiation. Today's initiation, everyone are going to receive. Prithvi Prasad is asking for Maheshwara Puja link. Just give us a few minutes. We'll be posting it for you all in the chat as well. Malita is saying you do not have a picture. Is it okay? Yes, preferably it is good to have the pictures of your ancestors. If you do not have, it is okay. Swamiji had previously told you can even put the names of your ancestors and Swamiji will make you liberate them also. Ma Tanja Devarne is asking, could it be the sister who left the body? Yes, even the sister, anybody who is not in the body, you will be able to meet them. Your relatives, any of your relatives who is not in the body, you will be able to meet them. Do the bondages refer to only negative attachments to our ancestors, Ma, or does it refer to liberating us from any attachment with departed loved ones, please? Malita Seg is asking this question. Ma, Swamiji defines very beautifully. Attachment is, there's no good or bad, there's no negative or positive. All incompletion, all whatever we understand as our emotional bondage, our, we miss someone, we cannot be without someone, we cannot miss, we really miss someone. All of that is also attachment only. Any form of bondage which is affecting you and the other person will be completely liberated. Many times we carry painful memories, or many times we carry happy memories about the other person, which makes us feel bad. Right? You'll keep remembering those memories and you'll feel bad that you're missing that person, you're not having them anymore around you. That is also an attachment. Both are liberated. Today, you're all going to be meeting your ancestors. Yes. And all of you, I request every one of you to put the pictures in such a way that your photos along with you are visible in the camera for Swamiji. Today, Swamiji himself will tell, and at that time, you all can post. Many of you are asking if you should post the names of your ancestors now. No need now. Today, when Swamiji is conducting the process, Swamiji himself will tell us. At that time, you all can post the names. Swamiji will himself lift us to the Janaloka, the Pitraloka, where you will be meeting your ancestors. Prithvi Prasad is asking, how can I complete with someone who's alive? If they're alive, you don't need to put the pictures now. Today is only for the departed souls. See, for the two different things there. So, if you want to experience completion with someone who is in the body, and it's someone who's already there, your relatives and the people around you, yes, you can come on 16th August. We have this whole day dedicated on relationships. You can attend that day. If today is for the departed souls. So are all of you clear? Yes. I think we had such a beautiful and elaborate preparation session. I know so many of you, every one of you here are excited for today's initiation. Now we will be chanting the Dhyana Shlokas, where we will be getting ready to receive the Bhava Samadhi Darshan of Sadashiva Murti, and we will be getting ready for this process today. I request every one of you to please settle down. Sit down, sit with your head, neck, and spine in a straight line. All those who are watching us on YouTube, right after this, the stream will be starting a fresh stream. You can join that stream to receive the darshan. We will now be chanting the Dhyana Shloka of Sadashiva Murti. Shaktenanena sakalo vigneyo nishkala shivaha क्षिक्त्यादि कुटिला प्रांत मंत्र सिंहासनस्थितिं शुद्धस्फटिक संकांक्षं द्वात्रिंशल्लक्षणान्वितं पद्मासनस्थं पंचास्यं प्रतिवक्त्रं त्रिलोचनं धृट्विक्षेया विशालाक्षं ज्ञानचन्द्रकलान्वितं धवलेशानवदनं पीतं तत्पुरुषाननं कृष्णाघोरमुखोपेतं रक्तभोसत्वरक्त्रकम् सुश्वेतं पश्चिमास्यैकं सत्योजातं सुमूर्तिकं नागोपवीतिनं शान्तं जटाखण्डेन्दुमण्डितं शक्ति शक्तिशिशूलखट्वाङ्गं वरव्यग्रकराम्बुजं दक्षिणे रथवामस्भै डमरुं बीजपूरकं नागाक्षसूत्रं नीलाब्जं बिभ्राणं पञ्चाभिः करैः दिव्यगन्धानुलिप्ताङ्गं दिव्यपुष्पैरलङ्कृतं हारकङ्कणकेयूरैः मुद्रिताभिरलङ्कृतं सञ्चिन्त्य मूर्तेरूपरि शक्तिमात्रविजृम्भणम् लिङ्गाकारोपमर्देन भावने लिङ्गतां त्यजेत्. The next is Satyojata, the creation aspect of Sadashiva. Dendushankaspatikabhabhaso Vedakshamaala Varadabhayankaha Trayakshaschaturvakramuru Prabhavaha Satyodhijato Vatumam Pratichyam. The next is Vamadeva, Sadashiva's aspect of sustenance. Varakshamaala-bhayatankahasta saroja-kinchal-kalasamavernah Trilochanas-charu-chaturmukho mam payadudichyam dishivamadevah. The next is Aghora, Sadashiva's aspect of rejuvenation. कुठारकेटाङ्कुशशूलढक्का कपालपाशाक्षगुणान्धदानः चतुर्मुखो नीलरुचिस्त्रिनेत्रः पायादघोरो दिशि दक्षिणायाम्. The next is Tatpurusha, Sadashiva's aspect of pulling out of delusion. Pradipta vidyut kanakavabhaso vidyavaradhitir kuthara-panihi chaturmukhastat-purushastrinetraha pratyam sthito rakshatu mamajastram. The next is Ishana, Sadashiva's aspect of liberation. Vedha-bhayeshtanka-kusha Shankapashaha Kapaladhakkaksharashulapanihi Sitadhyutif panchamukhonyatanvam Ishana urdhvam paramaprakashaha. Now, let us all get ready to receive initiation. Today, every one of us are going to be showered with Sadashiva, the darshan of Sadashiva Murti. And Swamiji is going to be taking us through a very, very powerful astral travel experience. And through this darshan today, every one of us are going to be transversed, literally physically transported to the Pitraloka. Every one of you sitting here, please make sure for you to receive the best experience of the darshan. Make sure you are in the camera and also make sure the pictures of your ancestors, the Pitrus, are shown in the camera. And if you do not have the pictures and if there's no way for you to get the pictures, yes, you can also show the, post the names, and Swamiji himself will tell, and Swamiji will be taking all of us through this very powerful initiation. And all those who are asking for Maheshwara puja, you shall receive the link in the chat itself. And every one of you that are sitting here today, during the darshan, just sit. You just need to be available. That's all. We all learnt about the science of parallel universes, vertical time zones. If any of you are just joining and you miss those sessions, do not miss the program. Throughout the day, the whole program builds you, prepares you completely for receiving the initiation. And it's very important that you know the significance of the initiation you're receiving and the science behind it. So please make sure you're attending the full day of the program. It's completely free, and Swamiji has offered it as a gift to every one of us for this Chaturmasya. Please make sure that you're attending throughout the full day for you to receive the maximum benefit of the darshan. So all of you that are here sitting with us today, do not miss today's initiation, and even tomorrow's initiation is going to be another powerful one. Each day there are so many powerful initiations, and tomorrow we're all going to be receiving a very powerful initiation to transcend time, going beyond time and reclaiming your life. We'll be learning about all of that later, but do not miss the program. Make sure you're there the full day, completely available and attending the program.
And during this initiation that all of us are going to be receiving, we all are going to actually experience the higher dimensions. Like really physically, you will see yourself teleported to the other planes of existence, whatever lokas we learned today. And how many of you here are there in the program sitting with us right now, where with the grace and blessings of Swamiji, when Swamiji had given this initiation before, you actually met with your relatives and you actually experienced completion? Can you all post? Request all of you to post it in the chat. Who all have experienced this before? Just by the initiation, you have received this process before, you were part of this process, and you were able to experience this completion with any of your relatives who had passed away. It can be your mother, your father, your grandmother, uncle, aunt, or your pet. Ma Tanja Devane is saying yes. Ma Anna Skimmett, Ma Martha Watson. Wow, so many of you saying yes, Ma. Yes, yes. Wonderful. So nice to see so many of you who have experienced this. Now all of us are going to be entering into that powerful initiation. So you understand, sometimes it is the thing that, okay, I'm missing my relative, the person who passed away very much. If that's the cognition in you, even that would get completed because you'd actually meet them and experience that fulfillment. On the other hand, sometimes we actually had a participant who had shared last time how her relationship with her father was not a good one when she was a child. But after he passed away, she experienced a lot of times where she missed her. She missed him. But when the process came, and she never expected that she's going to actually see her father. But with the blessings of Swamiji, she actually could see the father who had passed away several years before and experienced that completion, experienced that fulfillment, and had a huge breakthrough in her life. Understand, most of us have like a part of us that we have lost with the person who was very dear to us, but unfortunately passed away. This process would help you achieve completion with them. You are going to be able to meet them. You're going to be able to complete with them. Very, very, very powerful process. And literally, whether it is your child, sometimes unfortunately your child would have passed away, your son, your daughter, or even your pet. It can be any being. If you want to meet them, you want to experience the completion with them, today's process is for you. And in another few more minutes, we all are going to be entering into the darshan. See, during the darshan, Many of you here are coming here for the very first time. This darshan is a very, very powerful time. Yesterday, we all learned about quantum entanglement. We learned how just by sitting in the presence of the avatar, you get quantum entangled with him, despite of the time zone you're from, where you're sitting, your background, none of these matter. You are taken into a dimension which is beyond time, beyond space, and he transmits his very own inner space to you. What does this mean? The patterns, the struggles that you have been going through, you are trying to the completion, you're trying different techniques to come out of it. But initiation is that one process. It's like Bhagavan uses his veto power over all your incompletions, whatever struggles, incompletion you've been facing. He just pulls you out of it and liberates you. Today, the Panchakritya of Paramashiva that we all learned, how he creates, sustains, rejuvenates, pulls you out of delusion and liberates. All that fire, how it is happening in you is also going to be awakened to you today. Very powerful process, and just that the best preparation you can do is make sure you're actually turning off your phones, like literally zero distractions. Tell the people in your house also, you can invite them also to sit in the darshan and tell them all not to disturb you, and make sure you're completely visible in the camera. Sit in a deep meditative state. You just have few more, like very few minutes left before we enter into the darshan. Sit. Sit and enter into that deep meditative space. Prepare your inner space with gratitude. You can also have a cup of water to help you stay up, hydrated. And make sure the picture of the deceased person, meaning the person who has left their body, who has passed away, and who you want to meet. Make sure that picture is also there in the camera. You should also be visible, and the picture also should be clearly visible in the camera. Make sure you're sitting in a well-lit room and you're clearly visible in the camera. Settle down.
As all of us get ready for the darshan, I request every one of you to take a few minutes, check around you, look around you, make sure that you're visible in the camera, make sure that any of your friends, family members who are not yet here, quick, we have just a few minutes and you can reach out to them and please bring them, let them have them also join, and please make sure they're not missing out any of your lunch. And I see so many Chinese participants are already posting. Please do not post now. Malisha Chen, Masiavu, Manita Malhotra. There's a lot of you who are posting the names of the ancestors now. Please do not post now. You can post when Swamiji comes. When Swamiji comes, Swamiji himself will tell. At that time, please post. Do not post the names of your ancestors right now. And Masheri Gya was asking, even if I feel complete with them, and should I not bother them? If you would like to meet them, you can meet them. See, this will not bother them. First of all, because now Swamiji is conducting the process. In first thing, that is the, see, normally if you use another medium or if you go through somewhere, even if you're complete or incomplete, it will disturb the being, that soul. Here, because an avatar, Paramashiva is directly doing it. Swamiji himself is conducting the process. You will need to know, even if they are complete, you will experience more completion. You will never, that being will not get disturbed at all. And plus, you will experience more completion and more breakthroughs if you do it. So don't worry about that part. Now, if you want to meet anyone, you can meet them. So it doesn't matter.
So to the participants who want to offer the Maheshwara puja, I request all of you to go to the link at events.kailasa.org/payment. And there you can go and choose the purpose of your transfer. I'm going to be showing this to all of you. You all can go to the link. And once you go here, you would see it as payment method request. And you can type here saying program, and here also type the name of the enricher also as program. And you can choose the status as waiting for bank details and choose the purpose of transfer as other. And in the option saying if other, type it as Maheshwara puja. Please do this. I request all of you to post it here, type it here. You can fill the rest of the form, and our support desk team would be guiding all of you. And from there, you all can fill the rest of the form, and you can sign up like this. Our team would reach out to you and help you to make the payment immediately and assist you to offer the Maheshwara puja. This can only be offered for the people that have left the body. You cannot offer Maheshwara puja to anyone that is still alive. And if you want to offer for yourself, that is perfectly fine. But apart from yourself, you cannot offer to anyone that is still alive.
And now, let us all get ready for the most awaited. This is one of the most awaited, most enjoyed initiations. And here we have Swamiji, who is yet again going to take all of us through this very, very powerful process of astral travel. And all the viewers that are watching us on YouTube and Facebook, just a gentle reminder, right after this, the stream will be ending and you can refresh the page and you will be watching the live stream of the darshan. Now, let us all get ready to receive the darshan of Bhagavan Sadashiva Murti, and let us all get ready to travel to the parallel universes. Please sit straight.
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham. Om Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.